20 years of marriage, 2 kids, and the woman I loved gone in a single confession. She looked at me, emotionless, and told me about all the times she betrayed me. Not just once, but over and over again, with someone I trusted. I thought I knew her, but now, standing before me, she's a complete stranger. Everything we built together, the vows, the love, it's all just a cruel joke. And here I am, with the bitter truth piercing my heart. The worst part? She didn't even flinch. Life is like a tapestry. Picture a large piece of fabric filled with colorful threads woven together to create images. This idea is found in many cultures. The Norse had the Norns, while the Romans spoke of the Fates. Most of us think of the 3 old women from Greek stories, sitting at a loom, guiding the threads that represent people's lives. Sometimes, when I lie alone in bed at night, I think about the thread that is my own life. As they worked the loom, they could see the stories of each person tied to the threads. I have been alive for 42 years. I work as a prosecutor in Northeast Florida, responsible for making sure that dangerous people are kept away from society so they cannot cause harm. I was married to a wonderful woman named Debbie Bascom, whom I met at the University of Florida 20 years ago. But she chose to end our marriage. Still, she gave me 2 children whom I deeply love, so I will always be their father. I had a close friendship with Aline Desjardins, who is married to my friend Philippe Archambault, a prosecutor in France. However, she felt she needed to stay with her family back in Paris. In the last 8 months, I have met more women than in the past 20 years, which is easy when you realize there was only one for so long. I've connected with some good women since my separation from Debbie, and there was a tempting situation with someone who brought out feelings I didn't know I had. So far, I've kept a safe distance. People jokingly call me the angel of death as I deal with many instances of loss around me. It's all a reputation, but when people believe it, it feels real. Even if it isn't entirely true, it changes how defenders and criminals view me, and I use that to my advantage. There is a real force of mortality behind me, which complicates my life in ways I may never fully understand. It could lead to danger for me, but I recognize that I brought this upon myself. I hope it will keep safe everything I care about. Many cases are incoming. The most urgent is about a man who did something terrible to his wife and unborn child to take her $5 million inheritance. He may have committed another serious crime shortly after that in 2005. I don't have solid evidence about this second crime, and a key witness might not make it to the trial. This case will be a challenge, but I will keep trying. I will also push for justice against another man who may face serious consequences in Florida. This becomes even trickier because he might be backed by powerful people who have been warned not to threaten me or my family. All of this is part of the weave of life, connecting people across different places, some I may never meet. My life is intertwined with many others, including my parents, a desperate old man, a tall person involved in shady activities, a reporter who changed my life without realizing it, and a brave officer who made great sacrifices for love. The threads stretch across states, countries, and oceans. November 4th, 2005, Friday, 9 p.m., Matanzas, St. Johns County. My name is William Maitland. I am a lawyer, a divorced man, a father, and a son, trying to find my way through the mixed-up world of relationships. Some people might say otherwise. For a short, bald guy who isn't particularly handsome, I've had my share of good times. I once won the heart of a truly lovely woman. We shared a strong bond during most of our marriage. That bond ended on a hard note. It felt like a scene from a dramatic movie, leaving me to wonder if 15 years of happiness could really balance out the painful years leading to our separation. Her name was Debbie. After her, I met Aline, who seemed far too wonderful for me as well. I wanted to do the right thing since she was married to someone else, but I couldn't help feeling drawn to her. In the end, instead of nearly 20 years together, I only had a week at sea and 2 weeks back in my hometown. Then she was gone as well. I learned that emotional wounds don't just disappear. They can sting just as much the second time around. Now I find myself on my favorite beach, walking along the moonlit dunes and listening to the waves crashing on the shore of Matanzas. Beside me walks Myra Martinez, someone many consider to be truly beautiful. Myra, who I am glad to be taller than, is not just attractive, she is smart and kind. We have worked together for almost 6 years and have been friends for about 8 months. Recently, our relationship has shifted. I don't love her. I'm not sure I can. Though I feel some attraction, my emotions are tangled. I realize she means more to me than just being good-looking. There's a real friendship and respect between us. I thought things would move along easily, leading to a simple connection. How wrong was I? The only times things have gone smoothly in my life were when feelings seemed shallow. Emotions often make things harder. There is an unspoken feeling between us that I don't fully understand yet. Tonight, we might leave thinking it was just a brief moment, or we could see if there's more to explore. How did you know this is my favorite place in the world? She reached out, and it felt right to take her hand as we walked along the dunes. Her eyes shone in the moonlight. It's all part of my plan. She laughed softly. Please don't be offended, Bill, but I can't picture you as someone who charms others easily. It doesn't seem like you. You got me, Myra. I had no idea this was your favorite spot. Honestly, I don't know much about you at all, but this has always been one of my favorite places, not just because it's beautiful. She paused and faced me, her relaxed outfit showing her comfort. You know I'm curious. So, what makes this place special to you? I looked out at the waves sparkling in the moonlight, remembering a summer night from long ago. Back in school, I wasn't the most popular kid, but people didn't ignore me completely. I was a bit shy. One night in June 1981, I asked Rebecca Knowles to join me here after a dance. I brought a blanket and some snacks for a simple picnic. I had spent time with Rebecca before. She was nice and pretty, and even though I was shy, that night felt different. We enjoyed some drinks and gazed at the stars. Then she challenged me to run into the water, so I took off my shirt, and we laughed as the cold waves splashed around us. We were shouting and having fun. Thankfully, no one was watching. When we returned, we lay on the towels I'd brought, shaking from the cold, and somehow she ended up close to me. It felt unreal. I shook my head, thinking about how lucky I had been. It was a memorable night. It didn't last long, but I was overjoyed. She smiled, her teeth bright as she squeezed my hand. That summer, I worked for my dad's cousin who owned a paving company. You know, the kind where you shovel hot tar and spread it out for parking lots. One of the older guys I worked with had great stories. We young guys talked about relationships and life, and for the first time, I felt like I could join in. I'll always remember his laughter when he said even the tough moments could turn into good memories. That really stuck with me. I pulled her a little closer, feeling a special connection between us. That was a night filled with unforgettable moments. This place means a lot to me. She leaned in and smiled. So this is your favorite spot? Where you bring the people you care about? There's a dune nearby with a small wooden sign that says, "Reserved for Bill Maitland and his friends." She playfully nibbled on my lower lip, which made me wince a little. One thing I've always liked about you is your strong sense of humor. Do you really think anyone would take being called a friend seriously? You know I'm joking. We shared another moment together. As the night breeze played with her long hair, I felt the warmth and comfort of our bond. I cherished the moment, feeling the happiness of just being together. This was something special. It was all real, genuine, and warm. She leaned closer, and I felt her warm breath on my skin. At that moment, I didn't care about anything else. I held her close, my arms around her, making sure we stood together confidently. You, Bill, stop, please. You really want me to. For just a moment. I just held her, letting the silence between us say everything. She took a deep breath. You once told me about your first time here. Mine was very different when I was younger. It was nothing like I expected. I felt tense. She swallowed hard, trying to continue. I was hurt. It wasn't something I was ready for or wanted. It left a lasting scar, one that I've carried for many years. In the distance, I heard soft sounds of the night, a gentle breeze, distant bird calls, and the quiet hum of the world around us. I felt different from others. My childhood wasn't like most. It was shaped by people who saw me as something I wasn't ready to be, something they took advantage of. She paused, her voice quieter now. I grew up fast. My world wasn't filled with the same innocence others had, but I got through it. For the next 6 months, Once a month, he would arrange for me to be with wealthy individuals for different gatherings or events. We lived in a remote, swampy area far from cities and towns. That's how my father and brothers liked it. I had never been in a car until I was 14. I had never gone to school. My mother taught me to read and write in secret. When my father found out when I was 13, it was very bad for her. By that time, I had learned to manage on my own. My brothers would bring me books and magazines without my father knowing, and I would find ways to keep their favor. Then one day, after a hard day, I came home to find that my mother had passed away. My father and brothers said she had a stroke, just collapsing one day while cooking. That night he came to me. I couldn't understand what he wanted, but my mother was gone. In a moment of panic, I defended myself, causing him to stumble. Before my brothers could step in, I found a hidden gun and shot at the first two people who came into the room. She paused and leaned against me, speaking softly as she thought about her past. I held her gently, being careful to respect her space. I watched my brothers closely. I wasn't the best driver, but I took an old Ford truck that we used for errands and drove away. In the confusion, no one chased after me. Later, I wondered why they hadn't called the police. Maybe they knew that if I said anything, they would get into serious trouble. I had 4 older sisters who left to marry as soon as they could. They never came back. But my mother told me about one sister. She lived in Homestead and had married a Navy man. I made my way there and found myself at her door, feeling lost and alone. She and her husband welcomed me with open arms. I learned that he had faced similar difficulties, and their family had their share of troubles too. She just wanted to build a peaceful life for herself. I stayed with them for 5 years. She helped me understand what it means to be a woman, what good men look like, and how to recognize them. With her support, I got my GED and went to junior college. I discovered new things like cell phones and satellites, which I had never encountered before. Her daughter became my closest friend. She now works in Jacksonville, wanting to help children who need guidance. I hope that someday you can meet her. She paused, and it took me a moment to realize she had finished speaking. Myra. I was unsure what to say next. The words came out without much thinking. Is Myra your name, or is it Martinez? No. Do you know what happened to your father and brothers? Are they still out there? Do you worry they might find you someday? No, Bill, I'm not scared of them anymore. They're all gone. Life has a way of working things out. Not in a mysterious way. They were violent, and in the end, their actions caught up with them. Are you completely sure? She looked directly at me, her eyes steady. My father and 2 brothers died that day. The others weren't so fortunate either. Their choices over the years led to their downfall. She looked at me, and I sensed a change in the atmosphere. You're not holding me the same way, Bill. Something feels different between us. No. You're still you, but I can't help but wonder how you moved on from what happened. It was a long time ago. I have healed in my own way. I learned not to let what others do define who I am. I realized that not all men are like them, and I found my strength again. Her words became softer, and I held her carefully, sensing her vulnerability. Why, Myra? Why share all this with me now? Myra is who I am today. I told you because I want us to be honest with each other. You deserve to know who I really am. I already know who you are. You're Myra Martinez, a wonderful person, someone who has been my friend and who I hope will always be my friend. I hope to always be your friend, Bill Maitland. She smiled, and we stood under the moonlight, enjoying the peaceful moment together. She gently touched the back of my hand. You can have me, Bill. Whatever you want. I've wanted this for a long time, but first you need to promise me something. I looked at her, not wanting to stop what I was doing. A promise? Yes, then I will be yours. What? Anything. Everything. The moon. The stars. Don't promise something you can't keep. Think before you agree. I took a step back. Okay. What promise do you want from me? I want you to promise me that you will not fall in love with me. I just stared at her and then stood up. How can I make a promise like that? Why would you ask it? If you promise, I know you will try to keep it. And why? I know you, Bill. You are a passionate man. You loved Debbie until she pushed you away. You loved Aline, the French woman. and you would have stayed with her if she hadn't left. You care deeply about what you feel. It's why you are such a good attorney and such a serious man." I placed my hands on her shoulders. Her skin felt warm, almost like a fever. "I'm not in love with you, Myra. I don't plan to be. But if I did, would that be so bad?" I saw something flicker in her eyes, similar to what I noticed that night in her car after the party. I still didn't understand. You cannot love me. And then it hit me. Because you don't believe you could love me. I remembered Paula's words and realized they had truth in them. What is it about me that makes me worthy of your affection, Myra, but not love? Her eyes closed, and I saw tears rolling down her cheeks. "Please don't do this, Bill. Not now. Just be with me. Don't ask me for what I can't give." In that moment, I understood. I didn't know if I loved her or wanted to, but I wanted to be close to her, sharing something that felt important. If feelings developed later, I would handle that when it came. I promise. November 4th, 2005, Friday, 3 a.m., Spring City, Florida. The night was quiet. Gordon Evers quietly walked through the hallway from his bedroom to the kitchen and back porch. He held his pistol close by his side as he approached the open back door. A shadowy figure stood quietly in the doorway. As he reached the last step, he wrapped his arms around the figure tightly. "I really hate to hurt your feelings, Gord, but a water buffalo would have been sneakier," she joked. "I caught you, didn't I?" he replied. Evelyn Smith shifted in his embrace. "But I wasn't putting up much of a fight, was I, Chief?" "No, Lieutenant Smith. I will admit you didn't resist that much. I'll go easy on you because of that." She playfully teased him back. "I think I already got the best of you, Chief Evers." "Only for a moment." She smiled. "You talk a big game. Want me to show you?" She turned slightly, and he sensed the light-hearted energy between them. "No, Chief. I wouldn't want to tire out the Chief of Police with a showcase." She placed her hand on the cold surface of the gun. "You never really relax, do you?" Evers gazed into the darkness outside, where the night sky was filled with shining stars. Spring City was far enough from larger cities to have a night sky free of bright lights from the streets and busy cars. On this clear November morning, his little home seemed to exist in its own peaceful world. Just beyond his fence lay a TV repair shop, and his front porch was not far from a street. The night felt too still and dark. The noise from Jacksonville, with all its activity, was absent, and that felt strange to him. He was used to the city, a native of Jacksonville. When he first moved to Spring City 4 years ago, he couldn't fall asleep without closing the windows and turning on the air conditioning because of the noise. It had shocked him to hear such loud sounds outside, like a massive cricket echoing through the night. Over time, he got used to the sounds, just like everyone else. They became the background hum of rural Florida. You noticed the noise only when it was missing, but as the temperature fell, the insects must have found shelter and the sounds faded away. Then, all he could hear were the soft creaks of the house settling, the gentle rustle of pests in the kitchen, and the quiet movements of cats searching for food in backyards. Sometimes, the silence of the night felt heavy, making it hard to sleep. Evelyn, tall and graceful with her flowing honey-colored hair, leaned against him, and he felt a connection because she understood him well. "I won't really relax until that man is caught or confirmed to be gone," he said. He looked past her into the dark of his backyard. It was troubling to stand there, aware of possible dangers lurking in the dark. It felt strange to feel this kind of fear in a small town where the biggest drama usually involved calming down a couple fighting over small things. He had left behind a life and a job because he was tired of a world where violence caused deep wounds, both seen and felt. "And what are you doing up with the back door open at 3 a.m.? She gently placed her hand on his arm, looking for comfort. "I couldn't sleep, just thinking. No one could get close before the lights and alarms go off. It's safe. I just wanted to enjoy the quiet." And that was another thing. You shouldn't need a fancy alarm system to feel safe. So far, no pets had set it off. "You're thinking about him." He noticed her worry and wrapped his big robe around her for warmth. She leaned back, grateful for his care. "Yeah, I do sometimes. I miss him." After a short pause, she turned to meet his gaze. "You know you have nothing to worry about, right, Gordon Evers? I do. I mean it. Lee and I were together. That was long before you came here. Everyone has a past. I know you two had history, Evelyn. That never bothered us. Lee and I got along well, and he told me about your past when he saw I was interested. Like you said, everyone has a past. I miss him too, and it troubles me that whoever caused his death is still out there while Lee is gone. He not only felt upset about how Spring City had been shaken by his colleague's death, but also the way it happened. There was no way a simple thief could have caught Lee off guard. Lee was skilled, having both military training and years of experience as a police officer. Still, someone had hurt a loyal dog and a trained officer, setting Lee's home in the woods on fire to hide what they did, making it look like a burglary. The worst part is, she said, sometimes I think we'll never know who did this. Lee's death could go unanswered. He held her close, grateful for their time together, knowing that life sometimes offers a second chance. He had come with many scars, but she had helped him heal. He understood that she had cared for the officer who had not fully matured. Lee hadn't been perfect, but he mattered in her life, and she deserved to know what happened to him. We will find out who did this, Evelyn. Trust me. We've followed every lead, but there is something out there that will tell the truth. There are no perfect crimes. I learned that from my time in Jacksonville. There are always small signs that can reveal the truth about someone. She closed the back door, locked it, and then turned to him. When you say it, Gordon, I believe you. I'm doing this for you. You need to find peace. I know he meant a lot to you, and you are important to me. You make this place brighter for me. As they walked back, she hesitated before asking, Have you moved on from her yet? He paused. What do you mean? The woman you left behind? I didn't. Please, Gordon, I've told you about Lee. I know you came here for a change from being a detective in Jacksonville, but I feel someone was special in your life there. Sure, there were others, Evelyn. I wasn't alone, but you don't have to give every detail. I get it. It took you a long time to let me in. I wondered if you ever would. Whoever she was, she must have hurt you a lot. That kind of pain shows she was important to you. But you're here now, so that relationship didn't turn out as you wanted, which is why you left Jacksonville. He stayed quiet, and she gently touched his face. It's okay. You don't have to talk about her if you don't want to. Just know that I moved on from Lee. Whenever you are ready, I hope you'll share your story with me. He followed her into the bedroom. November 4th, 2005, Friday, 11 p.m., Jacksonville. Debbie leaned back on the couch in the living room watching TV. For a change, BJ was home, staying in his room on his computer. He had started getting into online gaming, playing a fantasy role-playing game. He would likely stay up all night, and she might find him asleep at the screen by morning. It wasn't the best way for a nearly 15-year-old to spend a Friday night, but there were much worse options, so she didn't want to complain. She got home around 10:30 and paid the babysitter, even though BJ thought she didn't need one. After that, she went upstairs to shower, washing off the perfume she had worn on her date. As she grabbed some popcorn plain instead of buttery, she thought about the date. Bob Squires was a lawyer from California who had come into her office a couple of days earlier. He had flirted with her before getting back to work with Johnny August. He was tall, about 62, with a nice head of hair and a good sense of humor. He had shown interest in her, but he was respectful. So, when he asked her out for drinks after work on Friday, she decided to go for it. She was caught off guard when things took an unexpected turn. While waiting for him to get ready, he came out of the shower wrapped in a towel. At that moment, she felt a connection she hadn't expected. Debbie smiled as she remembered it. Bob was a nice guy, and they had a good time together. They had shared some laughs while talking about the quirks of the public defender's office. But when he asked her to meet for dinner again on Saturday, she said she had family plans. She didn't think twice before saying that. Now, she wondered why. He was a nice guy, fun, and charming. Why did she say no? It made her think. She turned on the television and looked at the listings. Nothing caught her eye until she noticed a title on TBS, The Picture of Dorian Gray. She remembered seeing the movie as a kid and again in college. It had always interested her. She checked the details. It was the 1945 version with George Sanders, starting soon. Why not give it a try? While on her date with Bob, she had pushed aside the sadness that had been creeping in more often lately. Now it came back, like a cold draft in the room. She had a classic movie, healthy popcorn, and she knew her son was busy at home, with her daughter being cared for by her parents. It was a quiet night, just how she wanted it. At 1:30 a.m., 2 bowls of popcorn and a Diet Cola later, she realized she had spent a couple of hours lost in a story. It was quiet upstairs, but BJ was likely engrossed in his game. She covered her face, trying to hold back a scream as tears ran down her cheeks. She didn't want BJ to see her like this. Bill was right. She felt overwhelmed. Sobs shook her as she grabbed a pillow for comfort. What was wrong with her? It was just a movie, a classic with an odd storyline, but it felt like something was breaking inside her, a reminder of the grief from when her parents had died. It took her back to the day she walked into Clarice's home to find her unresponsive, a life once full of energy, now sadly quiet. It was as if someone had passed away, yet no one had. She thought of Bill. Inside, she felt an urge to express her frustration and hurt. It was a familiar anger, but as she felt it, the fire seemed to fade away, just like the outgoing tide. In those moments, the anger had kept her going amidst the pieces of the life they had shared. But as she sat reflecting, that anger began to slip away, leaving her with swirling thoughts. She wanted to feel anger, but all that surfaced was a deep and growing sadness. It wasn't about their marriage. She had already come to terms with that months ago. It wasn't for the love she once felt for him, that had long since vanished. She hoped that if she could just figure out what her loss was, she could ease the pain that made even breathing feel hard. If only she could. November 5th, 2005 Saturday, 10 a.m. lay down next to Myra, feeling the heaviness of the morning. The bed was small, barely enough room for both of us. I hugged her closer so we wouldn't drift apart. We laughed together, enjoying light moments. "Hey, show some respect. People used to say I could be in the Museum of Legends with the greats from the past," she joked. "I didn't know you were so informed," I replied, smiling. She laughed. "You'd be surprised how often I was compared to those from long ago." I got curious and looked them up. They weren't wrong. We shared more laughs, moving between happy memories and the affection we had for each other. "I remember when you first saw me at work," she said softly, her voice warm. "I thought you might choke on your words. I almost did. But you were so polite, I thought your head might spin from turning away. I couldn't believe how stunning you were. I wanted to look at you, but a married man shouldn't stare at someone he doesn't know. It's not right. And you were always a rule follower, weren't you? I tried, but you were always the one, the only one." She moved closer, and I felt warmth from her presence. I leaned in, sharing a brief, gentle moment together. "The one? You were the only one in that office, the only one I ever thought about seriously. I imagined us meeting outside the office when Debbie was away for work and I had some free time without the kids. I pictured us running into each other at a grocery store while I shopped for dinner, or at a restaurant where you happened to be. Maybe I'd go into O'Brien's and see you sitting alone, perhaps having had a disagreement with your boyfriend, and we'd start a conversation. And what would happen next? We'd share some drinks, and I'd make sure you got home safely. You might invite me into your apartment, and once inside, you'd look at me in a way that made my heart race. I imagined us sharing moments, with a connection that felt strong. And then? I could never quite figure out what came next. Sometimes I would take a moment for myself when I was downstairs and the family was asleep, but it was always just the same routine. I found it hard to believe that our connection could become something more real. It felt like a dream that couldn't go beyond those brief moments. She kissed me gently on the forehead, which made me feel better. "Even in your dreams, you couldn't imagine going beyond that, could you?" "I guess not." Her eyes sparkled with emotion. "That's too bad. She doesn't realize what she gave up, does she?" "On that first night after I saw you at Dallas's office, I tried to connect with Debbie, but it felt different. I was overwhelmed with thoughts about you. I had to keep my feelings under control because the weight of my situation was heavy." "I'm curious. Did she ever realize who you were really thinking about that night?" "No. She didn't even know I was in the office until months later. She didn't follow office gossip much. We were both busy with our own lives. mine at the state attorney's office and hers at UNF. I'm not going to say anything bad about her. I know you cared for her for a long time. There had to be good things about her for you to feel that way. But she rested against me, and I felt a warm closeness surround us, a moment that was special and unlike anything I had felt before. I couldn't find the words to reply. Eventually, she asked, "Whose qualities do you admire more, Bill? Whose do you appreciate the most?" "You really have to ask?" "Yes." In that moment, I held her gently, feeling a wave of warmth as I replied, "Yours, you wonderful person, yours." After a while, we both got ready. She borrowed a pair of my pajamas and a shirt, and I found it charming to watch her move around. I put on my shorts and a t-shirt while making coffee, realizing I hadn't prepared breakfast. My phone was on, so I was surprised by a knock at the door. Anyone from the office would have called first, so I wasn't expecting a visitor. When I looked through the peephole, I gasped in surprise. Myra turned to look at me curiously. I opened the door. November 5th, 2005. Saturday, 11 a.m. She didn't knock again. She could hear footsteps approaching the door, and she knew he was looking through the peephole. She waited patiently. She knew she looked a bit messy, but that didn't matter. Finally, the door opened. He stood there in shorts and a shirt, with the first signs of a rough beard growing on his jaw. On days like this, even though he had his mother's sandy hair, his beard came in black, just like the few pictures she'd seen of his father before he passed away. "Hello, Debbie." "Hi, Bill. I suppose you're here for a reason on a Saturday morning?" "You could ask." "Why are you here?" a voice came from behind Bill. She looked towards the hallway where a blonde woman entered, dressed casually. The woman wore the Superman pajamas that Debbie had bought Bill for his birthday 6 years ago. Debbie remembered making jokes about those pajamas back then. That was when he had been hers, not the blonde's. "Because I wanted to talk to my husband. He's not your husband anymore." "I know, but he was. Could I borrow him for a little while? Maybe half an hour? I promise to give him back." The two women exchanged glances. Finally, the blonde stepped closer to Bill and gave him a brief, affectionate touch, making sure Debbie noticed. "Let me throw some clothes on Bill and I'll run out to get donuts and some croissants. Cheese and chocolate, okay?" Bill leaned back slightly. "That's a lot of calories. I'll have to hit the gym tonight." She playfully nudged him and went into the back bedroom. Debbie and Bill watched each other until she returned a few minutes later, grabbed his keys, and, with a quick farewell, headed out the front door. He pointed to the couch and asked, "You want to sit here? Could we go to the kitchen table? Even a stamp would give us more space. It feels better there." "Fine. Look, Debbie, I didn't say anything when you showed up. I was busy, as you could guess. I don't want to show up at your place when you're with someone else. Except that time with Abbott. And that was a mistake. We can co-parent without awkward visits. And this is awkward. Bill, I didn't plan to make things uncomfortable for you. I just needed to talk." "Talk?" "Yes, talk. Not you complaining and me apologizing. I want to really talk. I talk, you listen, you talk, and I can respond. We've never done that. Not since that night when I said those 4 little words. How do you get divorced without ever talking like adults?" "Why? It's over, Debbie. I came back from a date early last night and watched an old movie, The Picture of Dorian Gray, the classic version. And? I started crying and couldn't stop. I sobbed like I hadn't since that day I found Clarice. You remember, I couldn't stop crying all that day and night. It felt like that." "Why?" "I don't know, Bill. I don't know. Why couldn't you be like this back then?" "Like what?" "Like this. You're alive now. You seem healthier and move like a younger man. You weren't like this with me, and the way you've been with her, it feels like there is space between us now. Do you even remember the last time we were like that? Because I don't. I've changed because of you, Debbie. I couldn't stand lying in bed anymore, whether at the river condo or here. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw you with him, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. It pushed me to my limit. The only way I could handle it was by spending hours at the gym, working out until I was too tired to think. You're the one who changed me. But it didn't have to be this way. You could have been honest with me just like we are talking now. You could have shared your feelings instead of surprising me with those messages. She lowered her head onto her hands, finding it easier to speak without looking at him. How could I have said those things to you? How could I explain what I told Doug? I tried to help you see things differently. I wanted you to join me at the gym and understand how I felt. She paused, her voice tight. How would you have reacted if I had told you I wasn't happy, that I needed more from you? You would have been hurt and defensive, and we would have grown even more distant. She reached out and put her hand over his, a gentle but important gesture. We need to discuss this, Bill. These issues have been here for longer than we want to admit. I can't change who I am, and you can't change who you are. We are different people with our own struggles. But maybe we can still work through them if we are honest now. That's who I was when I met you. That's who you fell in love with. Or at least that's what you told me. He rubbed his lip. You are right. I am who I am, and you are who you are. I guess the answer would have been not to have gotten together or for me to have treated you like others did and then walked away. You're trying to hurt me, Bill. You couldn't have done that. That's not who you are, and you had to know that I loved you. Until the last few years. Maybe. I got so tired of needing to make you feel secure. I got tired of you being nice and calm instead of showing more emotion. I got tired of those nights when I lay alone in bed, finding ways to feel okay because you were working late. I got tired of being jealous and frustrated with you at the same time. Often I thought it would have been easy for you to find someone else, which made it easier to understand why you stopped trying with me. I stopped pushing because I was often worn out, and I felt bad asking when you were upset. She pushed herself back from the table. Words. Excuses, Bill. When we first got married, there were nights I wasn't in the mood until you made me feel needed. Do you hear yourself, Debbie? When we first got married, I was 24 and you were 22. We were young, and sometimes I wasn't as excited as I could have been. But after almost 20 years, things changed. We became like an old married couple. Even back then, I often felt like I was competing for your attention. But honestly, it shouldn't have been that way. You shouldn't have needed to look for approval outside our relationship. And you shouldn't have left me feeling so alone. He leaned back and shook his head. You think I'm to blame for focusing too much on my job, that I should have tried harder to keep our bond strong. But from my view, you gave up on our marriage too soon to let me fix things. It doesn't matter now. Maybe it would have mattered earlier. But now, you've moved on with your life and I'm with Myra. I know that. I don't know, Bill. I'm not sure why I'm here. I've wanted to talk about this for a long time, but today, I can't seem to sort it out. Have you ever done something without knowing why you had to do it? Yeah, she replied. He took her hand gently in his. I hope you find the answers, Debbie. Have you talked to anyone? Like a counselor? I didn't mean to upset you. It just seems like you've changed over the last few years. And since everything happened, there's been a distance between us. You often seem upset with me. I know I've struggled too, but I know your aunt played a part in this. I have mixed feelings about her. I didn't know how to express those feelings. I understood why you cared about her, so it was hard to say anything bad. She took a seat at the table again. I know. Dr. Teller always said we should have talked before everything changed. Teller? You're seeing Dr. Teller? Yeah, my doctor suggested him. A few months ago, I was really struggling with my feelings and feeling unwell. I was very upset, but it felt overwhelming. You would have been surprised and maybe a bit worried about how frustrated I was with you. He's been really helpful. He's a good guy. Have you figured out why you felt that way towards me apart from my choices? You didn't ruin my life, Bill. I get that. We made choices together. I'm not sure why. When I listened to Clarice, I started to think you might have been unfaithful. But part of me also thought that no one else would want you. I was also upset because it felt like you were more focused on work than on our family. I felt a mix of anger and disappointment. If you had been with someone else, I might have understood that better. I've never really worried about competition from another woman, except maybe a couple who caught my eye. But how could I compete with your job? It was the feeling of being left out and your long hours at work. I was tired of trying to show you that you meant a lot to me. I wanted you to take care of yourself and make time for us. And you have been less active. I went out with friends because you didn't want to join in. You were never the life of the party in college, but we had fun together then. Dennis Leary mentioned you went to that costume party with Myra. I can hardly remember the last time you took me out for a nice evening that wasn't about work. You took Jessica Stevens out to O'Brien's. When was the last time we went to a bar or a club? Even when I asked you to go out, you were always too busy. He still held her hand and gave her a small smile. Don't keep it inside, Debbie. Let it out. She smiled back just a little. And there's something else, something I can't understand yet. It's like a word I know but can't quite remember. It's getting closer, and I will figure it out. I think Teller knows but won't just say it. Teller says when you understand what feelings you have, you can decide what you want for the future. He believes that not knowing can harm you, and I'm starting to see he might be right. He gently covered her hands with his. She noticed the fleur-de-lis ring on his left hand and what had once been their wedding ring on his right. Those two rings told a lot about what happened in the past 7 months. I hope you find the answer, Debbie. I really do. We were married long enough for me to want you to stop hurting. No matter what happened between us, I never wanted to see you in pain. I want you to be okay. She squeezed his hand. No, you aren't the type to enjoy seeing someone you care about hurt. You know that's one reason I fell for you. Not just because you were brave, honest, ambitious, and funny, but because you are a good person. You're the sweetest guy I've ever met. And we all know what happens to the nice guy. She smiled at him for a moment and saw a brief look on his face that reminded her how much she had hurt him. Yeah, I know what happened to this nice guy. He found himself in a messy situation because of a girl trying to express her feelings, but that's not the worst thing that can happen to a nice guy. She saw the spark in his eyes as he smiled in that familiar way he did during emotional moments. For someone who faced tough situations, she always teased him about being sentimental. No, I didn't do badly at all, Debbie. They sat in quiet for a few minutes. If I could do it over, I'd never have said those 4 words. When we were married, it wouldn't have mattered. It was something you wanted to discuss. I realize now you were living 2 lives for a long time, and it became harder once Doug entered the picture. You were trying to hide your feelings about me, Doug, and our marriage. You're usually not good at hiding things. You didn't mean to, but you wanted me to know. Just then the outside door opened, and Myra came into the kitchen. She saw Bill with his hand over Debbie's. She didn't say anything but put a coffee carrier with 2 big cups on the counter, along with a bag that said, Le Pâtisserie. She walked over to Bill, placed a hand on his shoulder, and leaned down to give him a gentle kiss on the cheek. He looked up at her, and she smiled. Then she turned to Debbie. Your time is up. I want him back. Debbie sighed, took her hands away from his, and stood. She looked at him for a moment and saw warmth in his eyes. Okay. Thank you, Bill. We finally talked. Good luck with Teller, Deb. I hope it all goes well for you. She walked out, glancing back just for a moment before leaving the kitchen. Bill stayed at the small table while Myra kept her hands on his shoulders. She looked up at Debbie with a calm yet supportive expression. November 5th, 2005, Saturday, 11:40. AMI stared at the kitchen door and heard the outer door open and close. I blinked to hold back tears. Myra was sitting in my lap when we heard the front door shut. Are you all right? Why wouldn't I be? Because you have tears in your eyes, tough guy. I'm fine. She just needed to talk. It was an important conversation, one we should have had a long time ago. She kissed my forehead softly and wrapped me in her comforting warmth. You don't need to explain. She can still affect you. I knew that. But she's hurting too. Anyone could see that. Everyone has their struggles. That's just how life is. After a moment, did it help? I think so. She leaned in and we enjoyed a warm moment together. So what's next, Mr. Maitland? Well, I said, gently moving her to her feet as I stood up, I plan to have some coffee and a croissant or 2. Then I want to spend quality time with you, enjoying every moment we have. That sounds like a good plan to me. November 5th, 2005 Saturday, 7 p.m. band was getting ready in one corner of the spacious room, but it was still early for the Saturday night crowd. For now, there was just some recorded music and chatter among mostly middle-aged patrons sitting at tables in pairs and small groups. She entered the room and scanned the space. A few people looked her way, and she noticed the men seemed to watch her a bit longer. She tried to avoid their gaze, knowing it might invite them to come over with lines she could probably recite from memory. A charming man with thick black hair was behind the bar. She caught his eye for a moment. He looked at her in a way that assessed her. Strangely, he reminded her of Clint. Then, his attention shifted, and she continued her search until she found who she was looking for at a table in the back. "Hi. I'm so glad you could come." Alan wasn't too thrilled when I said I was meeting an old friend, but I promised him I'd make it up to him tonight. That kept him happy. "I didn't mean to interrupt your weekend, Evelyn. I'm not even sure why I called you." Dr. Evelyn Kreider reached out and held her hand warmly. "There's no need to apologize, Debbie. Alan has been more affectionate since. We faced some issues, but a little playful teasing doesn't hurt. He knows I'm not out here with someone else, but I might give him a little reminder of what he has when I get back." "You're playful." "No, just married for 12 years. I want to keep my husband interested and a little curious about me. If they're not completely sure you're not looking elsewhere, they'll keep trying to win your attention." As Debbie settled into the booth where Kreider was enjoying what looked like white wine, two young men in suits approached them. The taller one, a dark-haired man with glasses, leaned closer to Debbie and smiled. "I know this might sound a bit cliché, but two lovely ladies like you shouldn't have to buy your own drinks. My friend and I would be happy to treat you, no strings attached." "I appreciate the offer, but no thanks," Debbie said with a polite smile. "If we let you buy us drinks, we'd have to chat for a bit and give you a chance to make your case. But no offense, we're both dedicated to our husbands and just came out for a drink. It would be a waste of your time and money. You should talk to someone single." "Are you both happily married?" the friend asked as he leaned toward Kreider. "We respect marriage, but we just want a few minutes of your time. If we can't persuade you to dance with us, we'll leave you alone. Plus, you get free drinks. It's a deal." "But it's not a deal we want," Kreider replied, smiling at Debbie before facing the two men. "What we have at home is what we want, gentlemen. We suggest you find someone else to chat with." The men paused, looking taken aback, and Debbie felt a hint of worry that they might be more intrigued than turned off by their rejection. "Most guys," she thought. The bartender with the thick hair returned and asked, "Are you ladies all right? Can I get you anything?" "Some privacy, please." The bartender gently guided the two men away, saying, "I think you heard them. Why don't you go to the bar and enjoy a free drink?" They exchanged looks. Then the taller one smiled a bit and took Evelyn Kreider's hand, noticing the big diamond ring on it. "We didn't mean to interrupt, ladies," he said kindly. "My friend and I come here often. We hope to see you again." "Not likely, but thanks for the nice words." Kreider glanced at Debbie and shook her head as they walked away. "What can I say, girl? If they weren't being friendly, I'd be worried." "I don't think you need to worry about that right now." The two women looked at each other, then at the dark-haired Hispanic man. He was good-looking in a quiet way. "I'm not here to make advances, ladies. My name is Armando Guzman, and this is my place. I don't flirt with customers. It's not professional. But please, welcome to my small business. The last call is always happy to see lovely ladies. You help my business. Can I get you a drink, ma'am? And what would you like, Debbie? It's on the house." Debbie leaned over to her friend and whispered, "Isn't that unfortunate? You're married, and I can't handle a man right now, and he's charming." Guzman smiled, which made him more attractive. "Thank you for the compliment. I can see why your husband's sorry your ex-husband was affected. You look great, but you're even more impressive in person." "Oh, God, don't tell me you know Bill." "He's been here a few times, not as much lately. He was here the night before, that unfortunate event. We talked a little about relationships. Men tend to chat about those things." She rubbed her forehead. "You see, Evelyn, I can't escape him. It's like he's following me." "I'd say it's the other way around, Miss Maitland. You know he still cares for you, right?" She looked up at him, trying to understand his expression. What did Bill have that made so many people take his side and blame her for everything? "Not anymore, Armando, not anymore. He's moved on, if that makes you feel better. Could I please get a dry Ausleys if you have it? And Evelyn, what do you want to drink?" After Evelyn placed her order, she shot him a sideways look and said, "You're quite the charmer, Armando, and you know it. That line about not fishing in your own pond was a bit sneaky, wasn't it? You're backing Bill, but why? He's just a customer. Most guys would turn on their friend for a good opportunity. He grinned and said, "You're right, I don't spend many nights alone if I don't want to, but I like the guy." Once he left, Debbie shook her head. "What can I do, Evelyn? I used to call him St. Bill when I was joking, but sometimes I wonder, oh, and what was that all about? You're not really thinking about both sides, are you? I never noticed that about you." Her friend smiled. "I was just joking. Sometimes I get tired of guys approaching me all the time. I want them both to focus on us tonight. Just the two of us, I hope. And there was that one time in college, but I really like men." After Armando brought their drinks, the two women sat back, listening to music while sipping their wine. "Not that I don't enjoy a night out, but why did you call me, Deb? This has been a tough day. Last night was even worse." She felt like breaking down again as the feelings from last night threatened to overwhelm her. Kreider placed her hand over Debbie's. "Have you been seeing Teller? Hasn't he helped?" "Oh, yes. I don't feel as down anymore. At least I didn't until last night." They kept talking, and then Evelyn asked, "That's all interesting, Deb, although I'm not sure what's happening, but let's get to the real matter. Been dating anyone recently?" Evelyn knew about Doug and Clint, so Debbie shared what happened with the last man she met. "Sounds nice. You said you had fun, so why didn't you try for a second date?" "I don't know, Evelyn. Honestly, I'm not sure. Sometimes I think I'm losing it. With the divorce, Doug leaving, and Clint being tougher than I can handle. I know that's hard, but it seems like there's more going on." She finished her wine and enjoyed the taste. "Have you ever heard that old song from the 70s, maybe? Is that all there is?" "It's so sad. I feel a bit like that. The time I spent with him was nice. Really nice, actually. But when it ended, it didn't seem worth it to look for another meeting. I mean, you know how it is. You flirt a bit, have some fun, and if you decide to take a chance, it feels like a quick connection, and then it's gone. When it's over, you say your goodbyes and head back to an empty bed, trying to hold on to the happy moments. But you're alone in that bed, and I haven't found someone I really want to share it with." Evelyn signaled Armando for another drink. When he had come and gone, she looked at her friend. "Don't be so down. What do you mean?" "Debbie, you know I'm your friend, right? I've been your doctor for 8 years and your friend almost that long. And as much as I care for you, I have to say, you're not seeing things clearly. I don't get it. Why do you say that? I thought you would understand since you had a hard time with Alan." "I do, which is why it's hard for me to feel for you. But, look, I get what you're saying. You don't have anyone special in your life right now. Nobody you want to be close to. You feel lonely going out on dates hoping to find someone who makes you feel less lost." Kreider finished most of her wine. "And no one is living up to what you want. Your last date was nice, but it wasn't special. You're looking for something deeper, right?" Debbie nodded. "Join the many people who are single. When I found out Alan was with someone else, I decided to see other options. I went out with different guys. One was a cute college guy, the other was a strong and confident man. The cute guy thought he was doing great, but it didn't turn out that way, and the strong one was surprisingly nice. I thought I might really like him, but when we were done spending time together, he just turned over and went to sleep, leaving me feeling a little empty." She looked around the lively atmosphere of the last call. The band was playing, and everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. "I'm not saying Alan was perfect, but we had a strong bond. He knew how to support me and was there for me emotionally. If things had ended differently, I might have found someone to share my life with. But what I learned is, if you're still dating, you would know this. Sometimes you need to meet many different people before you find the right one. Or as some say today, you have to explore different connections to find your match." "I know that. No, you don't, Debbie. That's part of your trouble. Think about your past. Who were you with for the last 20 years? Bill. That's right. The love of your life. The one you built a life and family with. And who were you with in the first few months after your split with Bill? Doug. A tall, charming guy who seemed very interested in you. I remember thinking he was quite charming. Moving on is not easy, but you have to remember that making connections takes time. The charming young man was the kind many women dream of but rarely meet. She gave Debbie a slightly annoyed look. And after Doug, who were you with? Clint. Yes, handsome, smart, kind Clint Abbott. You told me he was quite a good catch. She opened her small purse and placed some bills on the table as she finished her drink. So follow my thinking here. You had the love of your life, who gave you children and a good life for years, a young admirer who treated you well, and a good friend who was there during tough times. Most women would be lucky to have known even one of those men, let alone two, and you've had all three. Trust me, no one is going to feel sorry for you. Deb stood up as Kreider did. They walked out together, which might help avoid unwanted attention. They both waved at Armando, who gave them a small smile as they left. In the parking lot, Deb said, "You're right. I know. But that didn't make things any easier. I know what I had. What am I supposed to do now?" Kreider turned back to her and gave her a comforting hug. "Doug's not coming back, and you mentioned Clint is away. You could try reconnecting with Bill, remember what Armando said, or you can explore new opportunities and see where life takes you." Debbie glanced at her friend, cheerful and successful, with a good job and a happy marriage. Debbie once had that too. Evelyn and Alan couldn't have kids, though, so maybe that evened things out a bit. She hugged her, realizing Evelyn was one of the only people she could truly talk to now, especially after Clarice was gone. There were things she could share with Evelyn that she'd never tell her mother, some things you just don't discuss with your mom, even at almost 40. "Thanks." Evelyn smiled warmly before opening her car door. That's what friends are for. November 5th, 2005, Saturday, 11 p.m., Ciudad Juarez, state of Chihuahua, Mexico. This part of Ciudad Juarez had been built many centuries ago. Over time, as more people moved in from rural areas, more houses and small shops filled the streets, expanding the city bit by bit. To the east, you could see the Hueco Mountains, and to the south, the Juarez Mountains stretched far into the distance. At the center of this area stood an old fortress, built long ago by an immigrant. Over the years, smaller homes and businesses grew up around it. The fortress had high walls and an inner courtyard where people shared a well, which had rarely run dry, even in the toughest times. Frank watched the scene from a distance, thinking of quieter days. He and Bulldog checked their watches, waiting for the right moment. As sounds came from the rear of the fortress, they moved ahead, ready to set their plan in motion. Their focus sharpened as they got closer to the large gate. They carefully entered, avoiding any direct conflict when possible. What they needed was inside, and they had to move quickly. With quiet, precise steps, they made their way through the fortress. Shadows moved in the distance, but Frank and Bulldog stayed unnoticed. As they reached a landing, two men appeared ahead of them. The men were armed, but Frank relied on his instincts. He stayed calm, avoiding any confrontation. They kept moving with determination, heading deeper into the fortress as they got closer to their goal. For a few moments, Frank felt caught between the noise around him. At last, he managed to push one of the men aside and turned toward the second, who reacted swiftly. Frank felt the rush of air as the noise echoed around him, but he focused and steadied himself. He pulled the trigger and felt the kick of the gun. He watched as his first shot hit its mark, making a man stumble back. The second shot brought him down, causing him to drop his own weapon. Frank liked this gun for its reliability and always kept a spare nearby. Once he was sure the threat from the other man was gone and no new risks were around, Frank paused to check himself. Luckily, he had no injuries, though it sometimes took a moment to notice. The door behind the second man was shut. Carefully, Frank touched it, and it creaked open a bit. He knelt down, moving away from the opening, knowing that strong weapons could easily get through. He listened closely, but all he heard was silence. Slowly, he pushed the door open more and peeked inside. The sight caught him off guard. A man sat at a round table with stacks of cash in front of him and a gun next to his hand. The man looked up, but instead of grabbing the gun, he pulled his hand away and stared back at Frank. He then slid something across the table. After making sure the area was clear, Frank stepped inside and walked toward the table. The man held up a piece of paper, and as Frank got closer, he saw it was a photograph. The man leaned back, hands visible, showing the photo to Frank. It was a picture of a young girl, maybe 4 or 5 years old, with long black hair and a bright smile. "My daughter, sir. She is only 5. Money won't fix everything, but she is my whole life. I understand how I got into this mess, and I know my mistakes. But I have connections that can help. Alive, I am worth more than if I was gone. If you let me contact them, I believe we can sort this out." Frank kept his eyes on the man, staying alert. "You admit you have made mistakes. The people you mention are known for being tough. But there's a reason to keep me alive. I can prove my value and fix my situation. Please let me reach out to them." Frank studied the worried man at the table. "We haven't talked about it, but they might want money. Get up and walk ahead of me. We have a short radio below. No promises, but if you can make a good case, they might let you handle it." As Vargas moved in front of the taller man, Frank positioned himself behind him. Suddenly the mood shifted and things turned serious. Frank began gathering the cash from the table. Besides showing proof of this situation, the group would appreciate getting the money back. The idea of keeping any for himself didn't even cross his mind. Good customer relations were the key to getting repeat business. Bulldog stepped into the room. "You are being careless. I love you too. I really appreciate how you always take charge when we go into these places. That's why you get a bigger share, Frank. Now back to the point. Why didn't you handle it better?" Frank pointed to the mess around them. "It may have escaped your notice, but when you walked in, Frank, why do you always play games with them before sealing the deal?" Frank shrugged. "I let him leave with some hope. Why shouldn't I?" "Because that's not your responsibility. Your job is to make sure it's done right." "What's the harm?" Bulldog shook his head, clearly frustrated. "Frank, the situation was risky. He could have caused real trouble." Bulldog moved closer to take a better look at what was happening. "You're not invincible, Frank. One day, your mistakes are going to lead to serious issues. Anytime you don't want to work with me, just say so. You're too lucky and too talented to give up on. If you could just stop overthinking things." "I've tried, but it doesn't work well for me, and you can't be careless forever." Suddenly, a loud scream echoed from below. The two men exchanged worried glances as another scream followed, along with pleas in Spanish to stop. "Oh no! Wilson found someone. Someone must have had visitors that night." Bulldog looked out the window at the quiet Mexican night brightened by stars. "I wanted to get in and out quickly." "So did I, Bulldog, but the longer we stay, the greater the risk. Mexican police aren't coming in here." "I know, but—" He paused as another loud scream pierced the quiet. Bulldog adjusted the rifle he preferred for close work and said, "I really dislike this situation. Someone should step in." "Are you going to do it?" Frank asked as he pictured the chaos unfolding below. "No, I don't think any action would stop that person. I don't think he's acting human. I know I couldn't stop him, but you could." He thought it over, but he knew he wouldn't intervene. "I'd have to face him to stop him. He's protected us too many times, risking himself for us. I can't do that." Bulldog tightened his grip on the rifle as more screams rang out in the distance. "Then I'm going to find a radio, turn it up loud, and listen to some music until this calms down." Time passed, and Bulldog and a couple of other crew members found radios and played upbeat Mexican songs that almost drowned out the cries. At one point, a police car turned the corner and stopped in front of the square. The officers inside listened closely. However, seeing the two men with rifles at the doorway, they decided to leave quietly. The other residents in the square stayed in dark rooms, breathing quietly, holding their children close to keep them from making sounds that might attract attention, praying for the dawn to bring comfort. November 7th, 2005. Monday, 10 a.m. "You have a really pleased look on your face. Did you know that?" I glanced back at Cheryl and she was smiling. "Actually, I didn't notice. I must have been thinking about something nice. Really nice. Are you sure you don't want to say what's on your mind? Or ask something?" "Me?" She gave me an innocent expression. "No, I just saw that you've seemed happy these last few days." It almost made me smile back. She was obviously hinting that I should catch what she meant. "You know, I could take that the wrong way. Like I've been unhappy for a while." The smile faded from her face. "You have been. It's nice to see you looking cheerful." Then she added, "Except for that time a few months ago before that event." She had never met Aline. Cheryl had been out sick for almost 5 days with a bad flu that had many people at the courthouse staying home. While Aline was visiting, I made sure to keep her away from my workplace. But Cheryl had to know something. Everyone probably did. I felt like a different person for those 2 weeks, but I had never talked about it with Cheryl. Sometimes I sensed it weighed on her mind, But Aline was my own personal story. Always would be. I don't know what you mean. Okay, but you've been down for a while, Bill. It's just that it's nice to see you back to your old self. Before, yeah, I know, Cheryl, it's been a long year. It had only been about 8 months, but it felt like ages since that April night when Debbie changed everything with just 4 words. Even now, I wasn't sure if I should feel relieved that the uncertainty was over or sad about what I had lost. I walked into my office and opened the blinds, letting the cool November light fill the room. Winter in Florida, especially in Northeast Florida, is strange. Some days it felt like summer with temperatures in the 80s. Then, the next night or two, it could drop to the 30s. If there was a fire nearby in southern Georgia or central Florida, you could smell the smoke with the cold breezes. That's why, no matter what the doctors say, anyone living in this part of the state understands that younger people often catch colds that linger for weeks, and seniors tend to cough and end up needing to rest. Doctors say colder weather doesn't make you sick, but what do they truly know? They're just doctors. It had been chilly the night before, and I still felt the warmth of friendship lingering. We had opened the windows and shivered in the cool air. I had blankets, but we chose to lie close together, sharing our warmth. The mix of heat and cold made me feel alive in a way I hadn't felt in a long time. Yet, I didn't have the energy for anything more. She had left late that night to make sure she could rest and get to work on time. We were both working now and had silently agreed that what was between us was just for us. It would be hard enough to manage the whispers. Courthouses are always busy with gossip about who is doing what and to whom, and why someone isn't involved with someone else anymore. As I stood looking out at Jacksonville, I still couldn't fully believe what had happened wasn't just a wild dream of a young boy imagining things from a magazine. I could recall almost every moment from that night on the beach when I had my first real experience with someone I cared for. I remembered the feelings I had when I discovered who she was. I remembered our closeness. While the beach was great, it was a different feeling compared to simply being connected on a deeper level. Debbie and I had been married for so long that until Heather McDonald and Megan Whitcomb came along, I had almost forgotten what a new relationship felt like. I wasn't going to ask Myra because she had been careful from the start. Lying on the sand next to her, I understood that for her, this was always normal. Only those who are young or inexperienced might feel safe in today's world without being cautious. Myra was not young or foolish, and she wasn't without experience. She was used to being with men who sometimes didn't share the whole truth. So I was ready to enjoy this new connection when she leaned closer to me. She rested against me and then kissed me softly. Her presence was almost enchanting. "Are you sure?" I asked, the question lingering between us. "I'm careful," she replied. "I make sure everything is right because I want to protect my future." "I've started to be careful too," I admitted. "I want to make sure I'm healthy." She smiled at me and with a playful look moved a little closer. I took a moment to collect my thoughts. "I wish we'd done this sooner. I knew you were responsible. It just took me some time to understand how important this was." I looked into her captivating eyes, and I couldn't shake the feeling of my worries about her past. No matter how hard I tried to push it away, the uneasy feeling stayed with me. I found myself wrestling with feelings I thought I had moved past. I didn't like being alone, and I struggled with the challenges of closeness. Suddenly, memories rushed back, making it hard to enjoy the moment. I couldn't help but think about Myra Martinez and the questions I had about her. I reminded myself that no one is perfect. My time with Debbie while we raised our kids seemed picture perfect, but even those moments had their flaws. Slowly, I started to smile again, thinking about the possibilities ahead. For now, that was enough. About 15 minutes later, Dave Brandon called to tell me about the meeting at St. Vincent's. He was keeping tabs on the talk with Wilbur Bell and letting me know if there was any important news. "How is he holding up?" I asked, worried about how Bell's state could affect the trial. "It's tough. He had a rough night, but he's strong." "How is security looking?" "Knight has an officer on duty all day and night in 8-hour shifts. Everyone wants the extra money. Only allowed visitors and hospital staff can enter, and they're being careful." The sheriff agreed to help with security, though he was reluctant to pull officers away from their regular work. In the end, we found a way for officers to work during their overtime for more pay. If Bell could hang on until the trial, it would lead to quite a security expense. But the big man always kept some money aside for emergencies. I admired this about him. He knew our goal was justice, not just finances. He always figured out a way, and I was dedicated to backing him up. Before I hung up, I asked him how he was doing. "How's everything going, Dave? He had checked into a small motel for the last few days to sort things out with Myra. There was a long pause before he replied. "The little ones cry when they see me. Jerry won't speak to me." He just turned his back on me. Darlene hasn't said a word since that night. 2 days ago, she emailed saying she had talked to someone about a divorce. Another long silence followed. "So that's where we stand." "But she hasn't filed anything yet, has she?" "No, not yet. It's only been a little under 2 weeks, Dave. These things take time. Even if she starts the process, it could be months. If you contest it, it'll take even longer. You have time on your side. She cares for you. She's just hurting. The more time she has, the more likely she may reconsider." "It took you almost 6 months, didn't it? And that didn't help, did it?" "No, Dave, that time didn't help us. But we were in a much tougher place than you are. You only have one mistake to mend. The chances are better for you. I don't have good luck with betting." "Have you gotten back to the gym? I spoke to the owner, and they will give you a temporary pass for a few weeks." "No. It might make you feel better." It could become tricky." "She's not going to give you any trouble, Dave," I said about the teacher who seemed to like him the night we went to the gym together to help him feel better. "She makes me nervous. I really don't think she's going to make a move on you." "It's not a joke, Bill." "I know, and I'm just joking. But you can't run away every time you meet an attractive woman who shows interest. There's nothing wrong with flirting, and maybe it will get back to Darlene that someone is interested in you. That's what worries me." "Well, just keep me posted on what happens with Belle, and please go back to the gym." "You know that you're the last person anyone would ask for marriage advice?" "Yeah, I know." I got back to work trying to push away thoughts about Debbie and our conversation from the weekend. I had done my best to move on. I had met other women and made sure she and the kids were set up for life. I truly wished her well. I could promise that I wanted her to be happy. Just not with another man, but I knew that might happen. Yet she still popped up in my life, bringing back memories I wished to forget and regrets that served no purpose. The phone rang, pulling me from my thoughts. "You have a call, Mr. Maitland? Who is it?" "He said his name is Jeremy Prentice. He's a lawyer with the Justice Department in Washington." "Did he say what it's about?" "No, sir. Just that he needed to talk to you and no one else." I connected the call and said, "Hi, Mr. Prentice. How can I help you?" He had a New England accent. Not from Massachusetts, though. Maybe Maine. "Mr. Maitland. I wanted to introduce myself. I'll probably be visiting soon, so I wanted to give you a heads up." "You're with the Justice Department," my secretary mentioned. "Yeah. My title is Assistant U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, but that's just a title. I lead cases on racketeering and drug matters across the country, mainly focusing on international drug trafficking." "Are you with Homeland? I heard they were taking over some drug trafficking duties under national security." "Not officially. I can coordinate with them and vice versa. We share information, but officially we handle different tasks. Sometimes they overlap." "Don't you think you should be speaking to my boss, Mr. Edwards? I'm just an assistant." "No, I'll talk with him, of course. If things go your way, we'll work together with him as head of your office. But you're the person I need to speak with." "Why?" "Because you play an important role in this situation." "PR, seriously, why?" "You've heard about what's happening nationally in the Carlos Mendoza case. We're looking for the best place to handle the case, and Florida has specific legal options that can help us secure a conviction. He could be a very valuable resource." "Okay, but I may not be assigned to the case." "Come on, Maitland. You know you're going to get the case if it comes to Jacksonville. Your reputation will draw significant attention, sending the message that no drug dealer is too powerful to escape justice. If it comes to Jacksonville, we want you to take care of the case." I paused for a moment. "Why do I feel like this isn't just another drug trafficking case for you?" Frank Gray, the prosecutor whose family suffered a tragedy in Idaho, is a friend of mine. We went to college together. I've shared meals with his family. Frank is still on medical leave, trying to recover. I honestly have concerns about how he'll manage. It's hard to think about what he's going through. So that's why I want to secure a conviction and gather enough evidence to follow up on his associates in Mexico. You think you can pursue them in Mexico? I hear that might be challenging to bring them here for trial. Just a moment. Let me check something. He did something and returned shortly, his voice somewhat different. We have a new technology now. No one will notice, not even the NSA. We share information carefully. We know they don't always share everything they know. You have to stay ahead of the game. If we gather enough, we won't worry about bringing them for trial. Oh, should we be discussing this? I'm not high up enough, and I know I'm not cleared to hear this. I didn't say anything, and if you were recording, it would sound like nonsense. Anyway, I'm just thinking out loud. Plus, I have a feeling that you know how to keep things private. That caught my attention. Sorry, I don't understand. I'm not sure how much you know, but the NSA is very thorough. They were before 9/11s, but nowadays they seem to know everything. I still don't. Because I'm involved in this prosecution, the NSA regularly sends anything they pick up relating to Mendoza or the cartel to my office. He paused, waiting for my reaction. And you can imagine my surprise when I got transcripts in Spanish of a conversation where your name came up a lot. Again, what? As you know, I've received a lot of attention and they call me the Angel of Death. Many people are thinking about Mendoza coming to Jacksonville. It could mean anything. This was between two lesser members of Mendoza's group. Since I understand Spanish well, I got the main point of their conversation. I didn't reply. I had a bad feeling. They talked about what they might do if things affected you. They clearly said that the order had come from the top. Do not harm Maitland or his family. This was just in an email, but if I had to guess, they seemed uneasy about you. I stayed quiet, and when the silence lasted too long, I finally said, maybe they believe in superstitions. Good to know this representative has some value. These people are not clueless. They're educated. If they spoke English, we'd call them wise guys. They aren't afraid of scary stories. Then he broke the silence. I need to tell you, Maitland, this puzzles me. I'm trying to figure out why a small-town American prosecutor like you would be considered off-limits by them. They don't seem worried about harming anyone else. What could there be about you that would make them cautious? I honestly don't know. I sat quietly, thinking about why he had reached out and the questions in his mind. No one knew the truth about my connection with the old man. Even Debbie only knew bits and pieces. It had all begun with a decision that could have led to serious fallout for a good deed. I didn't regret my choice, but I knew that a federal prosecutor would see me as having broken several laws. They might be unfair laws, but they were still laws. I chose to go against them. In their position, I might have chosen to go after me, too. Yet I felt no regret. I had moved beyond what was safe and legal, stepping into a space few noticed. I was just a quiet assistant prosecutor from a little town. Even after major events like 9/11, no one at Homeland would have thought to look for me. Now, I found myself in a risky spot, facing a trial that many would be watching closely, eager to find out the truth about me. So you really have no idea? I thought I'd check to see what you think. I'm sure there's a reasonable reason. Honestly, the most logical thing might be that they weren't worried at all. What do you mean? Anyone learning that a drug group is targeting American prosecutors but is choosing to leave one alone might think that they just aren't scared of that prosecutor. Because they might think the prosecutor would somehow mess up their case or help someone escape justice. In other words, you're saying I'm in a difficult spot. They've either bribed me or have something on me? I'm not saying that, Maitland. Just that a careful person might think about that possibility. After all, which is more believable? That a big drug group is scared of a small prosecutor, or that they have some influence over him? I don't mean that, of course. We haven't found anything to show you're involved in any wrong activities. You know we have to do a deeper background check. No offense, but this situation has raised questions we need to look into. Feel free to check as much as you want. There's nothing to uncover. I'm sure there isn't. Anyway, I won't keep you. I know you have a lot to do, and so do I. There's much to investigate. I'll come by again in the future, and we can talk more then. I look forward to it. Please let me know if you find anything important. Oh, I certainly will, Mr. Maitland. Have a good day." After I hung up, I stared at the phone for a long time. You go through life thinking it will stay the same. It may not be perfect, but at least you know what to expect. Then you find out your wife is seeing another man, and a woman you care about is with a friend. Suddenly, your life feels like a ticking clock, and you prepare for what might happen next. Looking back, I see I shouldn't have acted like I did. It wasn't from anger or frustration. I realized I had trouble with anger management. However, what I did was a choice made after thinking it through, fully aware of the risks. I knew I was putting the life I built with my family at stake. This was before everything fell apart. But I took a risk with their future, and I might regret it. September 15th, 1998. Tuesday, 4 p.m. Orangedale, Satsuma County, Florida. Clifford Sam sat in his light blue 1990 Plymouth Acclaim, staring at the off-white trailer at the end of the dirt driveway. If he stared long enough, he thought, maybe it would disappear, and he wouldn't have to face what he was afraid to confront. He opened the glove compartment and pulled out the cold object hidden inside. He paused for a moment before gripping it, lifting it with a sense of dread. He knew he was dealing with a lot of inner conflict. A calm, smart man who had gone to college and used to be a teacher should not allow heavy thoughts to trouble him. The trailer door burst open and a small boy rushed out. He stumbled, but quickly got back on his feet and ran toward the car. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" the boy shouted. Before he realized it, Sams was sprinting toward the boy, wrapping him in a protective hug as a tall man stepped out of the trailer, holding something that looked harmful. "Stay away from him, old man," the man said, walking closer. "That kid needs to face the music, and you're blocking my way." "Grandpa, don't let him take me, please!" the boy cried. Sams instinctively stepped in front of the boy, standing strong against the man who was much taller than him. "What is going on here?" Sams asked, trying to keep calm. His heart raced, and the weight of the moment pressed down on him. "I told you once. Move aside. You don't belong here anymore." A woman came out of the trailer behind the man, standing with her hands on her hips, looking down at Sams. "If you're here to see Johnny again, Clifford, the answer is still no," she said. "He's my son, and you have no right to be here. The judge gave me full custody. If you don't leave now, I'll call the police for trespassing," Alma said firmly. Sams held his grandson tightly, feeling the boy's bruises through his clothes. Anger bubbled inside him, but he knew shouting wouldn't help. "Alma, don't do this. I'm his grandfather. It's not fair to keep him from me. There are laws." She laughed dismissively. "Go ahead and take it to court. It didn't work last time, and it won't work now. We have friends on our side." With a steady voice, Sams replied, "I'll contact the authorities if I need to. I won't stop fighting for Johnny. I won't let you take away the only good thing I have left." Suddenly, Sams found himself on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. His glasses were just out of reach. As he tried to grab them, a boot pressed down hard on his hand, making pain shoot through his fingers. "No, stop!" Johnny screamed, his voice cut off as he fell to the ground close by. The man grabbed Sams by the hair, forcing him to kneel. He looked down at him, speaking in a low, threatening voice. "Listen carefully. This is the last time I let this go. You've been a problem for too long. Your son wasn't innocent, and the law supports me. Johnny is with us now, and you won't get in the way again. You'll stay away, understand?" Through the pain, Sams replied, "Just like you stay away from the trouble you cause?" The man's face twisted with anger, and a moment later, Sams was hit again, falling to the ground in pain. He struggled for breath as the familiar ache in his side returned. It had to be an ulcer. It hurt too much to be anything else. Then, just like that, the pain in his side disappeared, and he could focus on the blood dripping from his lips and sore gums. A motorcycle engine caught Fargo's attention, followed by the sound of a car pulling up behind Sam's vehicle. Fargo and Alma exchanged worried looks, and Alma quickly went back into the trailer. Sams turned onto his back, sitting up to see the motorcyclist with long hair stepping off, holding a briefcase. As the biker came closer, Fargo nodded toward the trailer, and the rider casually looked around before heading inside. Sams pressed his hand to his mouth, wiping away blood and flinching as he touched the sore spot on his lip from either Fargo's punch or a belt. When he stood up to face Fargo, he noticed a round deputy in the Satsuma County Sheriff's uniform nearby, with his hand resting on his sidearm. "Some trouble here?" the deputy asked Fargo. "Yeah, Robbie. This is Alma's ex-father-in-law. He came by to cause problems like he always does since I had an altercation with his son. He tried to hit me, so I had to step in." "That's not true!" Johnny shouted. The deputy quickly grabbed Johnny by his shirt and set him back down, reminding him to behave. "You need to show respect, young man," the deputy said, then asked Fargo, "You want me to take action against him?" Fargo shook his head. "Nah, Robbie, it's not worth it. I think the old man understands now. You do understand, don't you, Sams?" As both men stared at him, and his grandson cried nearby, Sams wiped the blood from his lip and picked up his glasses from the ground, putting them back on. "You're not going to do anything about this, are you, deputy?" he asked. "You're friends with him, and I bet you're involved in his business too, right? Are you here to support that guy?" The deputy quickly drew his weapon, aiming it directly at Sams. "You better watch your words, old man," the deputy warned. "Speaking like that can lead to trouble, and if you resist, there could be serious outcomes. Or if you try to leave, no one might ever find you again." He waved the barrel slightly back and forth. "You want to rethink what you just said?" Finally, after a tense moment, Sams coughed, spitting blood. "Okay, I got carried away, deputy. I didn't mean it. I know that Fargo doesn't get involved in shady dealings with all the people who come here at odd hours carrying bags, and I know you and the other Satsuma deputies aren't giving protection and taking rewards. I apologize." The deputy looked like he might react, but then slowly put his weapon away. "Leave now before Mr. Fargo has decided to press charges," the deputy said. As Sams turned and walked to his car, he heard Johnny calling, "Grandpa, don't go, don't go." He tried to ignore it, focusing only on getting into his vehicle. Once inside, he rested his forehead on the steering wheel, and tears flowed for the losses he had faced. He looked up briefly to see his grandson being taken into the trailer. He noticed the boy's long black hair and olive skin, which were so different from his parents' blonde hair and pale skin. He remembered the hurtful comments made when Johnny was born, especially since Alma had struggled after giving birth. Despite everything, his son loved the child, and so did Sams. The boy was family no matter what. He opened the glove compartment and touched what was inside. He wished he could take it out, step out of the car, and confront the deputy and Fargo with it by his side, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. His body stopped him. "You miserable coward," he scolded himself, knowing it was true, but also that the truth was complicated. Yes, he was scared of facing the man who had hurt his family. Yet, a voice in his head reminded him. If he acted against Fargo and Alma, there would be no one left to care for Johnny. He could still look after the boy, help him, and dream of a way to rescue him. That hope would disappear if he put his life in danger. He also realized, deep down, that he was afraid of living with the consequences of such actions. There would be fallout, and he worried Johnny might never forgive him for taking drastic steps. Who could know what would happen? His mind raced, recalling the saying, "Reason makes cowards of us all." Maybe that wasn't the exact phrase, but it felt true. It was easy to imagine taking matters into his own hands for a moment, but when the thought faded and reality set in, he knew he couldn't do it. Determined not to look at the trailer again, he backed out of the driveway and drove away. 2 hours later, he entered the cool, pine-paneled office of Doc Henry Plant. The drive from Orangedale in Satsuma County had eased his anger. Now, only a deep sadness remained. Doc Plant waved for him to sit in the plush chair across from his large oak desk. He had to be around 55 years old and hadn't changed much in the 20 years Sams had known him. Sams had been seeing the doctor for many years. A serious case of pneumonia had led his old doctor to recommend this new doctor in Spring City. Each time he noticed that Plant was a person of color, it surprised him. But that didn't matter. Plant was one of the few people Sams had stayed in touch with regularly over the years, and his race had not been an issue for a long time. Sams looked at Plant. The light coming through the half-closed blinds created shadows on the doctor's face, darkening his eyes. There was something in those eyes that made Sams feel uneasy. Plant reached into his desk and took out a bottle of Southern Comfort and 2 glasses. He poured a little into one glass and slid it over to Sams before filling his own glass. "You seem upset, Clifford," Plant remarked as he took a sip. "Is it about your daughter-in-law and her husband again?" Sams nodded, and Plant, knowing the situation, said, I've heard some worrying news about what's happening in Satsuma. Would you like me to contact the local authorities? The old chief has been around for a long time. He may be able to help. He's a good man." Sam shook his head. "No, that's not his area. And the sheriff in Satsuma is a powerful man. A police chief wouldn't stand a chance against him. Besides, you didn't bring me in here to talk about my troubles with Alma. What is it? Did the tests come back? Is it an ulcer?" "What?" Plant looked down at his desk, tracing the circle left by the glass. "We've known each other for how long, Clifford?" "About 20 years, I think. What's going on, Doc?" "You're starting to worry me." Plant leaned back in his chair, rubbing his lower lip as he thought. "This is the hardest part of my job, Clifford. It's the part I dislike the most." The discomfort in Sam's side became sharper and more urgent. "It's cancer, isn't it, Doc? That's the only thing that could make you look this way." Plant finally met his eyes. "I'm afraid it is, Clifford. I sent the samples off, and combined with the symptoms, it's clear you have advanced liver cancer. There's a sizable tumor affecting about half of your liver. It has also spread to your lungs, which show small tumors." Sams took a sip from his drink, appreciating its warmth. "That sounds serious. That usually doesn't end well, does it?" "No, it doesn't, my friend." He held out his glass for a refill and asked, "How long do I have?" "It's hard to say for sure, but based on the size of the tumor and how it has spread, I'd estimate no more than 3 months, perhaps 6 at most. Treatment might extend that time, but it's uncertain." Liver cancer is one of the hardest to treat. The two men sat quietly for what felt like ages. Sams watched the tiny specks of dust dancing in the light. His thoughts were a jumble, filled with feelings he could hardly understand. "Just tell me the truth, Doctor. Do people ever really get better from this?" he asked. "Not really," Plant answered gently. "There's not much chance of recovery. I don't often say this to my patients because I can't know everything, but I consider you a good man and a friend. I don't want you to cling to false hopes. You have a serious illness, and I wish I didn't have to tell you this. Ignoring the truth won't change anything." As Sams took another sip of his drink, he felt an unplanned sense of calm wash over him. It was as if he was watching himself from afar, not sure if this feeling was just shock from the news. As he started to accept what he heard, a gentle smile spread across his face. He leaned back in the chair, enjoying the comfort of the soft fabric against his neck, the sweet taste of the drink still lingering. "Thank you, Doctor. Thank you," he said at last, feeling more content than he had in a long time. Plant looked at him with surprise. "You know," he said, "I've been a doctor for 40 years, and I've never seen anyone react to this news like you have." "Give me another, Doc," Sam said, lifting his glass. "I don't know if you'll understand, but it feels like a weight has been lifted off my chest. Have you ever thought about leaping into the air, soaring like a cloud? That's how I feel." Seeing the confusion on Plant's face, he added, "I'm free, Doc. You've set me free, and that's what I'm thankful for. Or maybe I should be thanking God because he is really to thank." Sam stood up after finishing his drink and reached out his hand to Plant. After a moment, Plant stood up too and shook his hand. "Goodbye, Doc," Sam said, adding, "You'll be hearing from me." 3 days later, just before closing time on a Friday evening, Plant opened the Spring City Gazette for the first time that day and noticed the main story. Doing something he rarely did, he asked his nurse to tell the last 2 patients that he would need to reschedule their appointments. He sent her home early and sat behind his desk, his face marked by lines of light and shadow from the setting sun shining through the office blinds. He opened a bottle and poured himself a drink while reading a news article with blurry pictures of Lenny and Alma Fargo and Clifford Sams, along with a clearer photo of Deputy Sheriff Robert Hogshead. The bold headline under the pictures read, "4 Die in Orangedale Incident." He looked away from the newspaper and glanced at a letter that had been sitting in his to-read pile all day. He had opened it just moments before. "And I ask you as a friend, Doc, to honor my wishes. I have named you as the executor of my estate in my will. I'm not a wealthy man, but I think I will leave between $70,000 and $80,000 for Johnny. Please take care of my money and ensure that Johnny gets what he needs as he grows up. I know this is a lot to ask, and I won't be around to see if you do it, but I trust you to do the right thing. I also filed papers to name you as my choice to be Johnny's guardian. You are a respected man, and Johnny has no close family left. Fargo and Alma had no siblings. Alma has an aunt, but I can offer her $10,000 to let Johnny come to you. She will agree. She is only concerned with her next drink. You are a respected man, and with my will and the old chief's support, I believe you can secure custody. You can find a good family to give him a home and help them out with my money. And now, before I go out to do what I have to do, thank you again for the gift you've given me. I never realized what a blessing it could be to lose all hope. Until we meet again. Plant sat there looking at the newspaper and the letter long into the evening, long after the light had gone. November 8th, 2005. Tuesday, 5 p.m. I think I'm going crazy. That's a strong statement, Miss Bascom. Why do you say that? Debbie sat on the familiar couch, her wedding ring still shining in the light as she rubbed her lips thoughtfully. She began to share her weekend and what happened after watching The Portrait of Dorian Gray. I lost control, Doctor. I was really scared of what I might do. If I hadn't known that BJ was at home, I don't know. Tell me again what you were feeling. I don't know. I was crying and almost screaming. I felt frightened, confused, and angry. And what else? He asked gently, leaning slightly forward, his pipe resting in his right hand. And I don't know. That's part of what scares me. I can't figure out what I felt. Are you sure? Why do you keep asking me that? What do you think I'm hiding? Do you remember one of the first things you said it reminded you of? What came to your mind as you cried and tried not to disturb your son? I don't, Clarice. I thought about Clarice the day I found her. Why would that movie remind you of the day you lost your aunt? What connection could there possibly be between her passing and an old story? She watched the fragrant white smoke rise from his pipe. There was something in his expression, a look of hope, like a teacher waiting for a student to answer a question. He seemed to know something about what was troubling her, but if she asked, he would just calmly say he wasn't sure. I don't know. I've thought about it, but I can't figure out what about the movie would upset me so much. What effect did it have on you? Grief, she said quickly, realizing that this was the main feeling rushing through her. Grief. It felt as if someone I love had passed away. I felt like it was BJ or Kelly or my mom or dad but she wouldn't say his name. It was awful grief, like my heart was breaking. That's an unusual reaction to that movie, at least. Can you tell me what the movie is about, in your own words? It's about a man. He came to Paris or maybe London. I'm not sure, when he was young. A handsome young man caught the attention of an artist who painted a portrait of him. However, he became lost in some troubling parts of life. He faced issues related to bad choices and overindulgence, things often seen in youth. He gave her a small smile. Anyway, the painting was magical. He kept it hidden while living a hard life, looking just as young and attractive as ever for years, while everyone around him aged. Eventually, someone found the painting, and it showed the decay that he had avoided. When the painting was destroyed, all the effects of his choices came back, leading to his downfall. Pretty good summary. What do you think the meaning or message of the movie is? It's a lesson. It shows that you can't run from your mistakes. Dorian Gray thought his magic painting would let him live wildly without facing aging or suffering, showing that you can't escape who you are forever. Teller looked at her with an appreciative smile. Very good summary. Like any story, it can be seen in many ways, but that's certainly a viewpoint shared by many. This leads us to the question, what feelings could that possibly bring up in you to create such deep grief? She simply shook her head. Honestly, I can't understand. Maybe I was unhappy with Bill in my marriage and I did things that made me feel ashamed. But even that doesn't fully explain how I felt. If that's not it, why don't you think more about it and see if there's another way to look at it? You clearly felt something strong to spark such deep emotions, and it doesn't explain why your aunt's passing was one of the first things that came to mind. And you won't tell me, will you? He shook his head softly. I might not be right, and sharing my thoughts could confuse how you understand your feelings. You might change how you think to fit my ideas. Besides, just telling you what might be causing these feelings won't help you. You need to figure it out on your own to truly own those emotions and move past them." She reached for a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and smiled. "Tell me the truth, doctor. You're dragging this out to make more money off me, aren't you?" "You've got me there." They enjoyed a quiet moment together. "Is that general sadness you mentioned earlier still there?" "Pretty much. I started taking the pills for depression you suggested. Honestly, I can't tell much difference." "Your son is back with you. You told me you've made progress with your daughter, even though she's still living with your parents. What about Bill?" She talked about her meeting with him over the weekend. "It's what I've wanted for 8 months. At first, I didn't want to talk because I was so frustrated. But I've wanted to have that conversation with him for a long time, maybe even for 20 years. Do you think you've found some closure with him? Are you ready to move on with your life without him?" "I think so. He clearly isn't missing me much. I walked in on him with someone." "He's dating someone. That's obvious. How do you feel about that? What are your feelings?" "I was a bit upset, but I'm not angry like I was before. I still think he is responsible for everything that's happened. We could have had a life and watched our kids grow up. We could have been like my parents. But he wanted something else that was more important to him than me or our children." She leaned back and gazed at the painting on the wall. It always seemed to hold mysteries that you could discover if you looked closely. She knew it was just in her mind. "I wanted him to feel hurt, and he did. I know he did. I've been through hard times. You know how tough it's been. But he faced challenges too because I confronted him at his weak moments. Yet I think he's getting through it. He'll be fine." She paused, wondering why that thought gave her comfort. After all, he had caused a lot of trouble in her life. "The thing is, I hope that one day, far in the future, when he's moved on, maybe even started a new family, he thinks about me. I hope when he's older and looks back on his life, he remembers what we had. I want him to really think about it and what we were like in the beginning." November 8th, 2005, Tuesday, 6 p.m. Teller leaned back in his chair and refilled his pipe as the tall man in a gray business suit entered the office and sat down on the couch. Teller noticed that Martin Cassell was standing taller now, unlike the last few years. He seemed more confident, thanks to the posture classes Teller had suggested. "Martin," Teller said calmly as he lit his pipe, "I'm curious why you wanted to meet after hours. We've been working together for a long time, so I'm interested in what made you change our usual time." Cassell met his eyes with a steady look. "I wanted to tell you in person, Doctor, this will be our last meeting." "Oh? Could you explain?" "I'm leaving therapy and moving forward with my life." Teller puffed his pipe and after a moment replied, "Of course, it's your right to stop therapy at any time, but I'll admit I'm curious about what led to this decision. Would you mind sharing?" Cassell leaned forward, clearly wanting to talk. He smiled, and Teller realized it had been years since he had seen Cassell smile in his office. "Of course, Doctor. I think you already know what I'm going to say. About 5 months ago, you told me I had to take action regarding my wife and stop avoiding the inevitable conversation with her. Deep down, I knew what would happen. It was good advice, and I followed it. I shared my feelings with her, using both words and gestures, and didn't let her distant reactions stop me. I even suggested we go to marital counseling, which, as you know, she refused. I confronted her about her relationships with other people over the past 3 years and tried to have a conversation about why she was looking elsewhere. She didn't want to talk about it. She got angry and shut me down. I thought her words would break me, but they didn't. When she said she no longer loved me and wasn't sure if she ever had, I left the house and drove to a quiet park to cry. But she never saw me cry. This past weekend, I told her I had filed for divorce. We have no children, we both have jobs, and her income is similar to mine. I believe we can part ways without much trouble. I didn't expect to feel sad, but she seemed relieved and asked me to take my things away quickly. Teller looked at the man in front of him. He was different from the person he had been 6 months ago. The most noticeable change was that he no longer looked like he was bracing for something bad to happen. "How do you feel about all this, Martin? You fought for 3 years to save your marriage. Now, you're choosing to let it go, to walk away?" "I feel relieved, too. I think you knew this would happen. My biggest fear has always been that I lost her because I wasn't good enough. But for the past 5 months, I did everything any husband could to win her back. I showed her my love and commitment. But it wasn't enough. I finally understood that nothing would ever be enough for her. She just didn't want to be married to me anymore. Teller adjusted his glasses. I'm really sorry, Martin. I know you cared for her and fought hard. Sometimes there are battles you just can't win. Are you going to be okay? Would you consider having a few more sessions to help you adjust to what has happened? He shook his head and stood up, smiling again. No, thank you, doctor. Something strange happened. I bought flowers every day, as you suggested, at the same shop near our home. I became friendly with a woman there, and I finally told her what I was doing. Over the months, we became good friends. When I decided my marriage was over, I felt it was right to stop by her shop and let her know I wouldn't be coming again. Cassell smiled, and Teller thought he saw a hint of understanding in his eyes. She invited me for a cup of coffee. I found out she had been through a divorce and understood what it felt like to be in a tough spot. We've gone out 3 times since, and she's waiting for me outside. I should feel sad about losing the woman I shared 15 years of my life with. But instead, I feel happy. Teller reached out and took his hand. Good luck, Martin. If you ever want to talk about anything, just reach out. Once Cassell left and Teller was alone with his thoughts, he realized that Cassell's story had ended on a positive note. He never expected such a conclusion. That just means, he said to himself as he locked up and turned on the alarm, that I need to really start working on humility. November 10th, 2005, Wednesday, 9:30 a.m. It had been an eventful morning. Debbie arrived at 9 a.m. and needed to talk to Patrick Leary, so she called his office. His secretary, a 24-year-old recent graduate, sounded a bit nervous. Ma'am, Mr. Leary isn't available right now. Do you know where he is? He mentioned he had business on the second floor. The second floor had the clerical offices and juvenile divisions. Debbie couldn't help but wonder what Mr. Leary was doing there. She had a feeling it was something personal. Leary was known for being friendly with the female staff, and this could be no different. While he was talented, the public defender's office was not the place for personal matters. She had been thinking about addressing his behavior, and today felt like the right time. Well, Miss Goldstein, Sylvie Goldstein. Well, Miss Goldstein, please tell Mr. Leary that I need to see him in my office as soon as he returns. Not later, but immediately. Can you do that? Yes, ma'am. Not even 15 minutes later, Debbie received a worried call from Helen at the front desk. Miss Bascom, we have a situation down here. Call security. Is it an upset client? What's going on? No, it's not that kind of situation. Then what kind of situation is it? There's someone at the front desk. Someone? Who is it? It's a Mr. Ian Nettles. And? He's Annette Nettles' husband. Can you speak clearly, Helen? What's happening? Annette Nettles works on your floor. She's one of the public defenders. I know who she is. What's the problem? There was a pause, followed by a quiet whisper. You've heard about her and Mr. Leary, right? Debbie remembered seeing them together a few times. Understanding began to hit her. And we think they might be seeing each other. Seeing each other how? They left together earlier this morning to talk about a case and haven't been seen since. Has anyone figured out where they are? Someone mentioned seeing them near the restrooms. And you're worried if her husband goes upstairs, he might run into them, which could cause trouble, correct? Yes, ma'am. I'll be there in a minute. As Debbie took the elevator down, she decided today was the day to confront the issue directly. No matter how skilled he was, Leary should not be causing problems in the office, especially with jealous husbands around. She noticed him as she stepped off the elevator. He was hard to overlook, tall, broad-shouldered, with messy red hair that looked unkempt for a workplace. He stood shifting his weight, clearly not a man who was used to waiting. He sensed her coming and turned to face her. As he looked at her, it wasn't just a quick glance. He seemed to take in everything about her, from her hair to her shoes. At the same time, he scanned the room. She felt that if he had been blindfolded, he could still describe every detail around him. While he checked her out, she did the same with him. He wasn't traditionally handsome. His nose was a bit big and his lips were full. His eyes, wide on his forehead, were a strange shade of gray. They seemed cool and thoughtful, as if he was always planning ahead. She stepped forward and offered her hand. Mr. Nettles, I'm Miss Bascom, the administrator for the public defender's office. I understand you're here to see your wife." His voice was deep and soft, with what she thought might be a hint of a Scottish accent. "That's right. I just asked to be directed to her office or have her come down. You're acting like I'm asking for something difficult. What's the problem? Why did they need to call you?" "I apologize if it seemed that way, Mr. Nettles. There's no issue. I was heading down to talk to her about a case, but that can wait. She was meeting with a client, and we haven't seen her in a while. Our attorneys don't need to sign out when they move around the courthouse. Normally they check in with their secretaries, but sometimes people forget. I'll go find her and let her know you're here. In the meantime, please come with me to the guest waiting area. We have coffee, tea, and soft drinks. You can relax while I look for her." He studied her carefully, and she felt uneasy, as if he could tell if she was being honest. It seemed like he had experience in law enforcement or something similar. He didn't seem pleased. There was a tense energy around him, and she briefly thought about whether she'd need extra help when he finally saw his wife. "I saw a Starbucks on the way up. I think I'll go there instead. Hopefully, by the time I get back, you'll have found Annette. I'd like to see this place and understand it better. This is my first time spending much time around my wife's workplace. Sometimes it helps to know the environment." Debbie smiled and took a deep breath, trying to keep the conversation professional despite the tension. "Feel free to look around. Those of us who work here, like your wife, find the courthouse to be an interesting place. I'll make sure she's here when you come back." "Thank you, Miss Bascom, right?" He offered her a small smile, the first one she had seen. It disappeared quickly, but it showed how charming he might be under different conditions. She found herself curious about the relationship between him and Annette. He walked past her toward the elevators with a smooth and confident motion. She saw the receptionist watching him leave. "Wow." "Exactly," Debbie replied. "Now let's find Miss Nettles." Debbie took the elevator to the next floor and started checking the restrooms. After a polite knock confirmed one was empty, she entered a witness room and picked up the phone to dial a familiar number. "Mr. Maitland's office. Cheryl, it's Debbie. I need to talk to Bill for a moment." "Debbie? Quick question, Bill. Do you know the DEA agent married to Annette Nettles in our office?" "Yeah. I've heard some things, but I'm not sure about them. Can you tell me anything about him?" "Why?" "I think Annette Nettles might be with Pat Leary, and Mr. Nettles is at the front desk looking for her. He doesn't look happy." "Oh, no. You may want to quietly call security. I'll send a couple of our investigators down and also contact the bailiff's office. Just keep them nearby, but discreet. And wherever you find Leary and Nettles, separate them and get Leary out for a bit. You really don't want Nettles to find out what's going on." He seemed tough, but why the rush? "I know some DEA guys. Nettles works in risky places around the world. His code name is Widowmaker." "That should tell you enough." "Oh. Do you want me to come down? I think I met him once in Washington. I might be able to help." "Thanks, but I'll manage this. It's my responsibility. I'll take care of it. But I appreciate the warning." "Good luck, and be careful. His bite is worse than his bark." She called the receptionist, gave her cell number, and said, "When he arrives, try to keep him there. Don't let him wander and call me." She checked the next bathroom, but only 2 male assistant PDs were inside, looking surprised. That left only one restroom near the rear stairway and elevators leading to the parking lots. Entering, she noticed it was almost silent. The only sounds were heavy breathing and soft whispers from the middle stall. She didn't need to see much to understand what was going on. She knocked firmly on the stall door. "Miss Nettles, Mr. Leary, I need you both out here. Now!" There was a brief silence. "I'm going to turn around and leave. When that door closes behind me, so does your career here. You'll both be out of jobs by the end of the day." After a moment, the door swung open. Leary stepped out, and Annette Nettles followed, trying to tidy herself while avoiding eye contact. Leary attempted a half smile. "Miss Bascom, I didn't expect this, but I guess we've been caught. This isn't a joke, Mr. Leary. This is a serious breach of office rules, especially for those who represent the public and must maintain professional standards." Nettles finished adjusting her clothing, looking visibly uneasy. "Mrs. Bascom, I'm truly sorry for this mistake. It won't happen again. We thought we could take a quick break, but we misunderstood the situation. We're all grown-ups, and sometimes we make mistakes." "That's the only problem you see?" A mistake? You didn't think that sneaking away to a public restroom, getting too close, and possibly being seen by someone walking in could be a problem? Well, no one came in until you did, Leary replied, stepping in front of Nettles. We admit we made a poor choice, but nothing bad happened. Miss Nettles works hard and is an important part of this office. I've done my fair share, too. I don't see why you feel the need to track us down like a strict teacher punishing kids. His usual half-smile made his words seem gentler, but this time it wasn't enough. You don't see the point, Mr. Leary? For starters, there are rules about how we should act at work, especially when we're open to the public. What you did in a public restroom is clearly not right. Besides the chance of being seen, there is a rule against workplace romances. If you choose to pursue one, keep it outside of the office. Leary opened his mouth to respond, but she continued before he could speak. Yes, I know many people don't follow this rule, but it's there for a reason and can be enforced. Employees, including lawyers, are allowed to have private lives, but not when it impacts our work here. Believe it or not, this is a job, not your personal space. Miss Bascom, I think you're going too far, Leary said, his tone calm but firm. I don't believe so. Miss Nettles, does your husband have a temper? Nettles, who had been fixing her appearance, looked up sharply. What? What does that have to do with anything? He's outside looking for you. He doesn't seem very happy. And people have told me that his nickname in the agency is the Widowmaker. Unless you have an understanding with him, it might not be wise for him to find out what's been happening here. Am I wrong? Nettles didn't seem scared, but she looked annoyed. So he just shows up, making a fuss as a government agent? I wouldn't say it like that. He came like any worried husband trying to find his wife, who, by the way, was hard to locate. Well, I'll talk to him, though it won't change anything between us, but I don't want him causing a scene about our personal matters in front of everyone here. I don't think that's a good idea right now. Nettles glanced at Debbie, surprised. Debbie took a deep breath and shook her head. Not until you've tidied yourself up. Clean up here, and I'll find someone to lend you some cologne or perfume. You might want to freshen up before seeing him, Miss Nettles. One quick glance and he would know something was wrong. There was no need to make this situation worse. You can't interfere. This is between my husband and me. Outside this building, it's personal. In this office, I have to make sure things stay calm. You have a choice. You can clean yourself up or talk to your husband on the way out for what might be the last time. Her face turned red with anger, clearly upset. Leary held her hand gently. It's all right, Annie. Just go with it. No need to make things any worse. Talk to him and you'll get through this. Give me some space, Nettles said, directing her annoyance toward Debbie. As she stepped outside with Leary, Debbie turned to him. You really should leave the building. If you are around when she talks to him and he picks up on any tension, it could go badly. Go to the office and work on the Dempsey deposition. That should keep you busy for a while. Get some lunch after and call me before you come back. Leary looked at the bathroom door and then back at her. Honestly, Miss Bascom, we didn't mean to cause any trouble. Sometimes things just happen. We're still human. That's up for debate. She sized him up, recognizing his charm was part of the problem. But this wasn't the time to get sidetracked. This isn't finished, Patrick. We'll let this go for today, but there will be consequences if anything like this happens again. It won't just be a warning next time. He smiled confidently. But who could you find to replace me? I'm the best you've got. That may be true, but no one is irreplaceable. Remember that. If you can't keep yourself in check, I will have to let you go. His smile faded. You're in charge, but Johnny August would have to agree to any firing. He values what I offer. Debbie stayed firm. That's right, Patrick. He likes results. But he hired me to run this office, not to manage a group of people who think they can do whatever they please. It's gotten him some bad attention, and he's had enough of that. If he won't support me, I will leave. And just so you know, if he has to pick between us, you're the one who will go. He stared at her for a moment before a slow smile appeared. I guess he hired you for more than just being efficient. Then, with a playful grin, he said, But you do have quite the presence. It's almost wasted on an administrator. You could challenge anyone for their popularity if they ever let their guard down. She shook her head. You're impossible. You just got a warning for improper behavior with a colleague, and now you're teasing your boss. Don't you know when to stop? When it comes to charming people, I guess not. It's a hard habit to break. All right, enough. Just leave. 20 minutes later, Annette Nettles walked out of the restroom, looking calm with her hair neat and fresh. However, there was a slight blush on her face that any woman might recognize, though most men probably would not notice. "Do I look okay?" she asked, trying to hide her frustration. "You're fine. Just be aware of how you present yourself," he replied. Ian Nettles was pacing in front of the desk when they came back. His expression showed he sensed something was off. "Hello, Annie. Looks like I walked in on something important." "Yes, Ian, you did. This is what happens when you show up unexpectedly at your wife's job, thinking everything should change just because you're here. People have work to do." "You're right. I should have let you know, kind of like how you left me that note while I was away, telling me you took this job here. No calls or contact for 2 years while you started over." She stood firm in front of him, looking small next to his tall frame. "Yes, that was thoughtless of me. I must have forgotten that phones and emails can go both ways, and that travel is an option. Looks like you could have reached out." The tension grew, but she stood her ground. "I was busy." "For 2 whole years?" I didn't know what to say. "Have you figured it out now?" "Not completely. But I did wonder why you never began the divorce process. I thought that would be the next step." "I thought you would be the one to do it." "Looks like we both guessed wrong." He looked at her for a while before saying, "I assume you've not been living a quiet life these past 2 years? Met someone new?" "I've had relationships. I've enjoyed life, and I didn't have a husband around." "How many people have you dated in the last 2 years?" "Not everyone is like you," she replied, straightening up and meeting his gaze. "So why are you here, Ian? 2 years later?" "I wanted us to sit down and talk, but you're right. I should have called first and arranged to meet somewhere else. This is not the right time for us. You don't seem ready to talk calmly, and I might say things I shouldn't. I have work down south, and once that's done, I'll call you. If you're still open to it, we can discuss if we want to stay married. That's your choice. I'm fine as things are. I don't need a divorce since I'm not planning to marry again, and being married hasn't stopped me from enjoying my life. So if you want to talk, just call me." She looked at Debbie. "Now, Miss Bascom, if you don't mind, I'll get back to my work." She walked away without looking back at Ian or Debbie. Nettles watched her leave, then turned to Debbie. "Well, that didn't go as I expected. I apologize for the disruption. Looking back, I'm not sure what I was trying to achieve." Debbie took a card from her pocket, wrote something on it, and handed it to Nettles. She noticed how much taller he was than her. "What's this?" he asked. "My name, title, and phone number. You can call me any time." "Why would I do that?" "You don't seem to know much about Jacksonville. If you return, and I think you will, reach out to me. I can help you find a place to stay and suggest some good restaurants. It could make it easier for you before you see your wife again." "Again? Why?" "I've been where you are. I went through a divorce. No matter what happens, it will hurt. You still want her back, right?" When he didn't say anything, she added, "Divorce is said to be simple, but it really isn't. It's painful. Just keep the card, and if you want to, call me when you're back here." As she walked toward the elevator, she saw a familiar figure standing there as the doors opened. "I appreciate your concern, but as you saw, I had everything under control. I can manage things." He smiled. "I was just here to help if things got tense. I didn't want you to get hurt." He stepped inside and motioned for her to join him. "I'll ride up with you if you promise not to get angry." "You wish." He smiled again, and she sensed they had reached a new understanding in their work relationship. After returning to her office, she thought that if she could help Annette Nettles find some joy, she might become a better lawyer. Though she felt a connection with Ian Nettles, it didn't matter. He was much more complicated than Bill Maitland. If 20 years had taught her anything, it was to be cautious of men driven by intense emotions. November 10th, 2005. Wednesday, 1 p.m. Debbie had just returned from a meeting with lawyers and 2 investigators about a serious case involving a 14-year-old boy. He was being looked at for his role in the drowning of his 6-month-old half-brother. The boy had been left alone with the baby in the bathroom, and when their mother came back, it was too late. The state attorney didn't seem likely to pursue murder charges, but the public defender's office had to be ready for anything. It was a heavy situation, weighing down on Debbie, especially after months of hard cases. The family was already deeply saddened by the loss of the baby, and now there was the worry that the teenager would get caught in a long process of therapy and possibly being taken away. Watching the mother being questioned, Debbie realized that nothing could bring back the life she once had. After grabbing a cappuccino from the Starbucks on the first floor, Debbie went back to her office to check her emails and memos. One email stood out, sent from a name she recognized. Dated 1110-20059 p.m. Republic of the Congo. The message read, "Debbie, I'm sitting in a cool office writing this to you from a place that could almost be Jacksonville. The air conditioning is buzzing, there are cold drinks in the fridge, and CNN is on the TV. But just outside, everything is very different. There are dirt roads, small brick houses with colorful flowers, and further out, there are huts that look like they belong in an old movie. There's a trading post and a communal well, the only one that still works. In the mornings, you can see women walking with water pots on their heads. Some wear traditional clothes and others are in modern outfits. It's a mix of old and new. On the edge of the village, you can see signs of past troubles. There are clear signs that something bad happened, yet the local animals seem to go on with their lives." Debbie read his words in disbelief. Since Clint had left Jacksonville, the fact that he was now in a dangerous place halfway around the world felt unreal. She was coping by thinking of it as a faraway story. "Sorry I haven't been in touch earlier. We've been moving a lot. I'll explain who I'm with soon. We've learned some things, but we're still trying to arrange an interview with the Saint. Crown Media, who hired Thomas and me, provided this place for us. It's used by different government and corporate groups, which is why it has some comforts. We're here tonight, so I wanted to give you an update. I've already sent in my report, so I have some time for myself this evening. Let me explain where we are. I've told you a little, but we're specifically on the southeastern edge of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It's not to be mixed up with the Republic of the Congo, which is further north. This area is around 2,500 square miles and includes parts of the Democratic Republic, Angola, and Zaire. It has thick jungles, grasslands, waterfalls, and even some remaining wildlife like elephants and a few gorillas up north. It's a beautiful area, apart from the human struggles. More importantly, this region has a lot of valuable resources: gold, silver, manganese, cobalt, copper, and lots of diamonds, as well as uranium, radium, iron ore, and coal. This land could attract many business interests. They say you can even find diamonds in the riverbeds here. If this area were a stable country, it could be as wealthy as Saudi Arabia. There are reliable reports of a huge pool of crude oil just a few miles from where I sit. So why aren't the locals, the people who truly own this land, living well? Because there's so much wealth, but no one has managed to hold on to it for long, and no one wants to share it. Thomas, the person I'll tell you more about, has worked as a correspondent for a while and knows people in intelligence. He says that back in the 60s, when the wealth in this area became clear, different global powers got involved. For a few years, there was a silent struggle among the Russians, the CIA, and others. Things calmed down when tensions rose too high, and everyone realized that no one wanted another big standoff, especially after the Cuban Missile Crisis. They let others fight for them. During the late 20th century, mercenaries connected to various countries, American, Russian, Chinese, British, French, and even Cuban, were involved in fights that often made life hard for the local people. At the same time, mercenaries supported by oil companies and mining groups made things even more confusing. Regular fights continued between troops from the Democratic Republic and forces from Zaire and Angola, each side trying to take control of this valuable land. It's a place that could be wonderful, but has turned into something much sadder. There's probably a lesson in that. She turned away from the computer and opened her desk drawer, pulling out a paperback book called Horsemen Ride On By that Clint had signed for her. His familiar smile looked up at her from the back cover. It struck her that she didn't have any other pictures of him. She could look online, but there were no personal photos, no casual moments of him smiling across a dinner table or relaxing. She could still hear his voice in her mind, calm and comforting, but she wondered how long that would last. His voice had helped her through those difficult nights. She turned back to the email. Just so you don't think I've suddenly become a political expert, I should mention that most of what I said came from Thomas. Thomas Hightower, the correspondent I mentioned. He's not very old, about 35, but he has been in the field for nearly 20 years. He's traveled everywhere and has the most interesting stories. More importantly, he's been in nearly every major conflict zone and tough place around the world for the last 2 decades. He's very smart and knows how to handle situations with young fighters. From the moment we met, we just connected. I'm new to all of this, but he has been patient and treats me as an equal partner instead of just someone who tags along. I really look up to him. I'm here, and I hope I get out of this place safely, but Thomas does this all the time. I really can't imagine what that would be like, and he's been doing it for 20 years, but now I see why he continues. I just know I couldn't do it. During our first week here, we moved around talking to people. We were trying to understand which groups were in different areas and finding out which places were unsafe without protection. Even then, safety was not guaranteed. On a Sunday, we visited a small village. Thomas and I had 3 local guides who had worked for news organizations in the past. We also had a photographer with us and 2 men for protection, both former soldiers hired for their experience. We came across a block building built in the 1980s that the village still used for community meetings. Thomas began talking to 4 of the oldest villagers. They were nervous at first, but when they realized we weren't there to harm them, they started sharing stories about the saint. As I guessed, the story about flowers blooming wherever she went was not true. She didn't walk. She used a wheelchair and was usually carried by a few of her followers. However, her supporters planted flowers wherever she traveled and claimed they sprang up on their own. The elders insisted that while the flowers were planted, they grew in such numbers it seemed unnatural. They believed she was a saint, and where she went, good things followed, even if those good things needed some help. While we talked, the room suddenly went quiet. I looked up to see 4 young men at the entrance. 2 looked like teens, while the others were in their 20s. They were armed, and our guards stayed calm, not reaching for their weapons. 2 of the village elders stood up and spoke softly, bowing their heads. The leader of the group wore a military jacket and seemed to be in charge. He had a shaved head and tribal tattoos on his scalp. Thomas tapped my arm and signaled for me to keep my head down. He whispered that we shouldn't look soldiers in the eye, as it could be seen as disrespectful. I followed his advice, but a moment later, I noticed him standing and moving away from me. I heard Thomas talking to the local leader in what sounded like the regional language. They exchanged words for a minute. Then Thomas called for me, asking me to bring my bag. I stood up, picked it up with one hand, and walked over. The leader said something, and I kept my gaze down, following the customs Thomas had taught me. "They think we're spies," Thomas explained. "I showed them my papers, but it isn't convincing enough. I told them you are a well-known writer working on a book about their people's challenges. I said you could share their story with the world." The leader replied, and Thomas asked to see the back of my book, where my photo was. I handed it to him gently. The book was called Horsemen Ride On By. The leader smiled when he saw the cowboy cover, which seemed to lighten the mood. Thomas then pulled out some gifts, video games, DVDs, chocolates, Cuban cigars, and 2 bottles of scotch and gave them to the leader. More words were exchanged, and I felt we were calming things down. Just as they were about to leave, the leader looked at our guides and joked, which made his men laugh. I felt everyone tensing up. One soldier aimed his rifle towards Juliana, one of our guides. Her husband, Roberto, tried to stand, but our bodyguard gently pushed him back into his seat. Thomas tried to ease the tension by offering another box of cigars, but the leader waved it off and pointed at Juliana again. The soldiers behind him kept their guns aimed at us. With his hands up, Thomas whispered to me, "Back up slowly, keep your hands out, and smile." We slowly moved back to our seats, trying to stay calm as the atmosphere felt heavy. The leader approached Juliana and said something. She took a deep breath and glanced at her husband, who was still not responding. Then she looked at Thomas and finally at me. I will remember that look for the rest of my life. She turned and walked out with them, not because she was forced, but because she chose to go. After a few moments, we heard vehicles leaving the village. Roberto started to wake up, but then suddenly yelled and jumped towards the front door. Thomas stopped him and brought him back down. The two bodyguards held him down as he struggled, and eventually he lay there upset. Thomas saw my worry and said, "If he had gone after her, they would probably have come back and harmed us. We have a team here who know how to stay safe. I can handle one person if needed. This time we wouldn't be caught by surprise." "There are more than 4 of them. Even if we stopped them, we would still be in danger after only a week here. We wouldn't be able to find the saint." "And that is so important? More important than Juliana?" Even though Thomas was younger than me, he seemed very wise at that moment. "What happened to Juliana was truly sad. I was her friend too. But this is not unusual. Many women suffer every day. There are people responsible for these actions all over this country. It's a way to spread fear, often ignored by those in power. The problem of violence against women continues because many people don't care enough. It won't stop until there is a loud demand for change from countries like the US and those in Europe. We need to find the saint who could become a symbol of the problems we face here." The next day, we followed the soldiers to their camp. We found Juliana's remains in the ashes. It was heartbreaking. We buried her in a quiet spot by a stream. We made sure her resting place was safe from animals and then left her there. Since then, I have learned that Thomas has been successful in taking down corrupt leaders and stopping human trafficking networks around the world. He is good at his job, but as I mentioned before, I couldn't do it. I still see Juliana's face in my dreams sometimes. We set up camp 20 miles away in a small clearing. They had tied up Roberto. When we arrived with our jeep and supply truck, our guards brought him over to sit by our campfire while we prepared coffee and food, which is what most armies eat in the field these days. Roberto hadn't said anything since he woke up and found Juliana was gone. No one had let him touch a weapon. They let him eat and drink his coffee, but kept a close watch on him. He still hadn't spoken. I walked away from the group and stepped into the shadows beyond the light of the fire. The area is safe enough from large predators, but there are still wild dogs and snakes. I kept a firearm with me as I looked into the darkness. Thomas approached quietly enough that I noticed him coming. "I warned you that you'd see things you wouldn't forget. But you have a gift. You can write about what you've seen and how you feel. I'm good at grabbing attention, but you can make people truly understand what's happening here. Thanks for believing in me. But Juliana is gone and nothing will change that, right?" I turned to face him. "Not just that. No one will pay for what happened to her. Roberto will never find peace. The people who did this will keep on with their lives and maybe even live long lives. Even if we inspire people to feel something about this, they will escape punishment. I can't handle knowing that. I get it in theory, but this was different. I was there. I saw her face when they took her. I had a weapon, and I did nothing." He put his hand on my shoulder from behind. "When I was a kid, our English teacher had us read poetry for months. There was one I never memorized perfectly, but I remember its meaning. It said that 3 songs could create an empire, and a poet with 3 songs could bring it down. Words hold immense power in the world. Many leaders and wrongdoers do not realize this, but it's true. They may disappear, but writers, poets, and thinkers leave a lasting mark on the world." We heard footsteps behind us and turned to see one of the guards with Roberto. He went up to Thomas, whose hands were bound. "Let me go, Mr. Hightower." "Roberto, we will help you, but we need to get away from here first and give you some time to—" "Time won't change a thing. Juliana and I were married for 20 years. She was a wonderful woman. I will find a way to honor her." Thomas simply shook his head. "How? By confronting a soldier or 2? They might stop you before you can reach those responsible." "It doesn't matter who I face, I have to try. I'll move away from this area to do it where I won't be connected to you and your group. Just give me my freedom and let me go." I could see tears on his weathered face. Thomas surprised me by stepping closer and gently wiping the tears away with his thumbs. "Roberto, did you hear me speaking with Mr. Abbott just before you came over?" When he nodded, Thomas placed his hands on Roberto's shoulders. "I'm not exaggerating when I say I have revealed harmful leaders before. In South America, East Asia, and Africa, I have had a wide audience and contacts with intelligence agencies. I know where many secrets are hidden and the favors I can call in. I haven't done this in a long time. I've been focused on my personal life, forgetting about the bigger issues out there. But I promise you, Roberto, this injustice will not last. I will work to bring them down with Mr. Abbott's help. Other governments, other groups that are more fair will step in to address the wrongs done to your country. And when that time comes, some of these individuals will face justice, whether here or elsewhere. A statue will be built in the grove where Juliana rests, marking her passing as a beginning for better days. He held Roberto's face, his eyes filled with sincerity. I want you to live for that day, Roberto. I want you to see the statue raised in Juliana's honor. I want you to be there when those who think they are in control are held accountable, and I want you to remember Juliana's name as justice is served. I promise that day will come. How can you... I can promise you that, Roberto, because I will ensure it happens. That is what I will live for. I should have visited places like this a long time ago, but I forgot how tough the world can be. Please stay with me. We left that spot in the morning and have been traveling closer to discovering the truth about the Saint of the Flowers. We have narrowly avoided trouble many times that I hardly think about it anymore. Each night I take notes and work on rough drafts of chapters on the laptop Crown gave me. I sent them the rough draft and my notes today, and I'm sharing them with you as well. Please keep them safe. I will try to send more. I want to make sure multiple copies are safe just in case something happens to me. Another writer can always be found to finish this, but they won't know what it's like here on the ground. I'm sorry, Debbie, if this makes you worry about me, but I want to be honest in case I can't send any more messages. I know you had doubts about me taking this assignment, and I've shared those feelings many times over the past month. But I must say, I have no regrets. If the worst happens, I want you to know I'm glad I came. I have never felt more alive, and I'm proud to be helping Thomas Hightower in this effort. I think of you often. You have made my days in Jacksonville much better, really. I'm thankful that you, Kelly, and the other women in Jacksonville will never have to experience the life that Juliana and her sisters do. I appreciate the laws, the police, the courts, and supportive people like Bill Maitland. When you see him, please tell him I said hello. Lastly, Debbie, thank you for your friendship, and I hope you will remember me. Clint Abbott. She completed her work, but her mind was somewhere else. After finishing, she drove to her parents' house. When she learned that Kelly was in her room talking to friends on the phone, checking her Facebook page on her laptop and doing homework, she walked past her surprised mother and opened Kelly's door without knocking. When Kelly slid off the bed among phones, books, and computers, Debbie wrapped her arms around her and held her tightly for a moment before stepping back. Is everything okay, Mom? Is Dad all right? Debbie reached out with a shaky hand to touch her daughter's cheek and said, Everything's fine, baby. Everything is great. Later that night, after checking on BJ, she lay alone in bed, gazing at Clint's picture on the back of Horsemen Ride On By, thinking about Juliana. Before she fell asleep, she said a prayer for friends in danger far away. November 11th, 2005. Thursday, 4 p.m. ST 9 p.m. Paris. Bill. Aline? I'm sorry for calling you at work. I regret bothering you at all. I've caused you enough trouble. I promised myself I wouldn't hurt you again. I hope you are. Are you okay? I'm okay. You can always call me Aline. You didn't break my heart. You just went back to your husband and son. How can I blame you for that? But you sound upset. What's going on? Everything is wrong. That doesn't sound good. Can you talk freely? Is Philippe there? No. He's out, but I'm using a public phone near our home. I can't call from my cell. He tracks my calls and likely has someone following me. I could hear the worry in her voice. How serious is it really? I'm starting to think we won't get through this. How did this happen? I thought you said you would manage... I thought so too. We always agreed that as long as we were careful and didn't embarrass each other, our lives outside wouldn't matter. I listened from far away and felt a pull I didn't want. She had gone back to Philippe and her son, and I had tried to accept that. It seemed right. I had begun to move on with Myra and make peace with Debbie. It felt like my life was finally getting stable after 8 months. But this time is different. I was honest with him. I told him what happened wasn't planned. We didn't even know you and he were friends until it was too late. I ended our time together to go back to him because my marriage means more to me than any attraction to another man. It wasn't just Andre. I do love Philippe. Maybe differently than I did 10 years ago. But I do love him. It's not enough for him, is it? No. At first he didn't say anything. Then he got angry and said terrible things. I answered in ways I never thought I would. I reminded him that when we married and agreed to lead separate lives for part of the year, he was the one who said being alone would be hard. He said as long as we were careful and avoided getting too close, we could have physical relationships. I reminded him that he has had many more affairs than I have over the last decade, and I never judged him for it. I've tried hard, Bill. I've tried everything I can think of to fix what's between us. I've been loving and given him space, but things keep getting worse. How so? When we are together, he puts in a lot of effort to spend time apart from his responsibilities with Andre. Lately, he's hardly taken any time for me. He claims his duties are more demanding now, but he doesn't even try to make it sound believable. He hasn't shown much affection only a few times. Most of the time, it feels like he's holding back. I know he must have someone else when he's not with me. When we finally got back together, things felt different. The closeness we used to have was gone. She paused, and I thought I heard her hold back a cry. It's like he can't bear to be close to me. He really struggles. Has he hurt you? No. But Bill, there are moments when he looks at me or comes near me, and I feel this tightness in the air. It's overwhelming. I want to pull away, and I have never felt that way with Philippe. He used to be my safe place. The hardest part is that Andre notices what's going on. He hasn't said much, just asked me quietly when his dad isn't around if there's a problem between us. I suspect he's talked to Philippe when I'm not around. I think Philippe has been kind. I can only imagine how hard it would be for a young boy to hear that his mother has been disloyal. I would feel it if Philippe had done something wrong, and I really don't believe he has. But even that isn't the worst part. There have been several times when he has threatened to take Andre away from me. How? He has told me I could go back to my life in America, and he would keep Andre so he wouldn't be a burden. And when I said I would never abandon Andre, he said that the courts would prefer to give a young boy to someone who can offer him a steady home rather than to someone who has left him behind for a while. Bill, I saw how serious he was. He meant to hurt me. I couldn't believe he felt that way about me. Like you, I find that hard to believe. I did too. But it's you, Bill. He seems to blame you. I said nothing as she continued. I think it's because he thought of you as a friend. And I saw him as a friend too. But maybe friends shouldn't cross some lines. We sat in silence for a while. I could hear the sounds of the city behind her, people laughing and talking. I'm scared, Bill. The thought of him taking Andre away from me is too much to bear. Is there anything I can do to help? No, I don't think so. I'm worried about how he might react if you talk to him now. Then I won't speak to him. Just know that I'm here for you, Aline, if you need anything. I think giving him some time might be best. While I hesitated about you telling me everything that happened, I never expected him to react like this. I thought, given your history together, he would handle it better. But as I said, feelings like this take time to heal. Another quiet moment passed. It all feels like a horrible dream, Bill. I will never regret meeting you, but... Once again, silence filled the room. Before I met you, my life was a mix of sadness and happiness. Now it's sadness and fear, and I feel it's all my fault. No, you did nothing wrong. You were just following the rules Philippe set. He is the one who changed everything. That is not your fault. But I had a life, Bill. Now it feels like I don't. I can't have you. I don't have him. And I might lose Andre. You won't lose him, Aline. No matter what happens, you won't lose him. How can you be sure? You don't know this country or its laws. Just keep fighting for your marriage. If Philippe loves you, there's still a chance for you two to fix things. But no matter what, don't worry about losing Andre. That won't happen. I don't know why, Bill, but I believe you when you say that. Thank you. If you pray, please say one for me and Philippe. I will. Good night, my dear. Good night, Aline. I leaned back and looked out the window. It seemed cold outside. The sun was shining, but there was a chill in the air. Or maybe it was just the cold feeling inside me. Among all the worries I had when I was with Aline, the effect of our relationship on her marriage was not one of them. I had accepted too easily that her marriage was open and that my presence would not disrupt her life in Paris. If I had been in a relationship with a woman in a traditional marriage, I would have understood the complications. I had seen what it did to my own marriage, but I thought the only issue would be a guilty conscience while Aline returned to her life. Yet even in Paris, and even in an open marriage, things were not so simple. I tried to return to work, but I couldn't stop thinking about her. I still cared for her, but I thought I had come to terms with the fact that she was part of my past. I was enjoying time with Myra, and maybe I would feel single again someday. But what if Philippe divorced her, or she decided to leave him? What if she were free at the same time I was free? What if? Over the next 2 hours, I talked to 2 members of the small team I had looking into an unresolved case that William Sutton might have been involved in during the week he was connected to his separated wife. They had found 10 possible cases in the area between Jacksonville and Ocala, with 7 more outside our main focus. I doubted these would be the ones we were interested in, but I asked them to focus on the details of those 10 cases. Then Len Holt called and came over. He was working on the case of a woman in Pontevedra who had pretended to be kidnapped with an accomplice to get money from her elderly husband. It was such a common story, almost like a crime movie, that it was hard to believe it was real. But this wasn't just a made-for-TV drama. She and her 34-year-old friend from Romania had tried to take $1 million from an elderly man who had trusted her, and both of them, actually. Police and detectives had spent time and effort trying to help the wife who was taken away, while she and her partner lived a comfortable life in Daytona Beach. The case had moved through many legal steps, and it seemed pretty simple. But then Hopper called me and shared a new twist. This made things unclear. I glanced at the clock on my desk, thinking about the betrayal and deception, and many other feelings. I looked at that clock every day, but I didn't think about it much. It showed a few minutes before 5 p.m., the time when people usually left the courthouse. It was a small clock with an old-fashioned design. The glass face had Roman numbers, and it was just 6 inches wide, set in the side of a worn copper ship model. The ship was almost 18 inches long, and the copper sails were nearly 1.5 feet high. Oddly, even though it was still, it seemed to give off a sense of motion, like the sails could catch the wind at any moment. I had kept it with me for 20 years. I had it at home for a while, but for many years it sat in my office. Debbie had only mentioned it once. She never explained how she truly felt about it, but I could guess. If you looked closely at the bottom left, you could see the name Jenny faintly written in the metal. After so many years, I had to think hard to remember the real Jennifer. She was a sweet girl from a small town near Atlanta with a charming Georgia accent. She was a good person raised by her grandmother and went to church every Wednesday and Sunday. We were never very close, sharing just a few friendly moments late at night when I was driving her back home after classes. I couldn't recall how we started spending time together. It just happened during the 6 months Debbie and I were apart in my senior year. I never asked Debbie about that time because I didn't want to know. She never questioned me, but she must have known about my friendship with Jenny. I planned to have lunch with Jenny the day after I met with Debbie at her parents' house in Jacksonville. I told Debbie I wanted to patch things up, promising that the past was behind us and I would never doubt her again. I promised to trust her and to give her the best life I could if she would give me another chance. I also told Jenny that Debbie and I were getting back together. We could still study together and maybe hang out with friends at the Union, but things would never be the same. Debbie and I were still feeling very fragile. I didn't want to create any confusion about my friendship with Jenny. She smiled and told me she was happy for me. Then she had to leave for class. She waved goodbye and walked out of my life. I didn't see her again for a few days until I heard she had transferred to Georgia State in Atlanta. A week later, a package arrived at my small off-campus apartment. I had moved there after Debbie and I started dating. I had taken care of it during the 6 months we were apart. I worked hard to pay for it, and Debbie had helped with the cost before we separated. I was not too proud to accept her support. I opened the package. It had Jenny's name on it. Inside, I found a small copper ship, and I was taken by its charm. As I lifted the ship, I noticed a little card at the bottom. "This is the ship of your dreams," it said. "I hope it takes you wherever you wish to go. I wish you happiness, Bill." There was no signature. Debbie noticed the ship as soon as she came into the apartment. I never showed her the card, but I mentioned it came from Jenny. She didn't say anything about it. I held Debbie in our apartment for the first time in 6 months and told her, I'm keeping it. She acknowledged it but never brought it up again in the next 18 years. Then the phone buzzed and Cheryl spoke. I was getting ready to leave, Mr. Maitland, but a call came through on line 2. It's from Paris. Do you want to take it? Yes, I replied, pressing the button. I thought I would hear Aline, but instead Philippe said, Still hard at work, I see, Bill. How many families have you affected today? I stayed silent for a moment. I'm sorry for how things turned out, Philippe. I never meant for this to happen. I hope you know me well enough to see that I didn't act with bad intentions. I don't know you at all, Bill. I thought I did. But we only spent a short time together. I thought you were a decent man, a fellow prosecutor with a happy family. I never imagined what you really were. But just out of curiosity, how did you end up with my wife and spend 2 weeks at your home before sending her back to me in Paris without meaning to? It's not the way you think, Philippe. How would you explain it then, my good friend Bill? She probably told you, but I'll say it again. I had no idea she was your wife. When I met her, I was still struggling after losing my own wife, Debbie. I was just trying to keep my life together. My heart felt shattered and my pride was bruised. My boss was worried about me, so he asked the captain of the Bon Chance to look out for me. Aline was nice, and for the first time in a long while, I started to think about being with someone new. But it was just a thought. Before I knew she was with you, I didn't expect anything to happen. What happened, and we both got caught up in it. Just caught up? It happens, Philippe. I already knew you had been with other women. You didn't hide it when we were together. And she told me that you were okay with her seeing other men while she was away on the Bon Chance. She said you both had an understanding about your relationship. That's why I don't get why you are so upset. You really don't get it? No, she was with me. She has been with other men since you got married. She came back to you and told you the truth about everything. What makes my time with her any different? There was a long pause. What is a marriage, Bill? I thought for a moment. An agreement, a promise between two people to love each other and stay by each other in good times and bad, until death. You understand. When you take everything else away, that is marriage. A promise to love, to stay together in good and bad times. It doesn't say a promise to be with only each other, even though many think that. It's a promise to love each other. You are right. I have been with many women since I made that promise to Aline. I enjoyed those moments, but I never loved anyone else. No one ever took her place in my heart. But Aline can't say that. I don't understand, Philippe. Then you are either mistaken or you are unaware. I felt it when I talked to her in St. Augustine, and I knew it when she was with me. She says she loves me, and she may, but she loves you too. She might have feelings for me. She loves you. She can't even hide it when she is with me. And she will not let go of that fleur-de-lis even when I asked her. It means more to her than our relationship or even our son. She might be confused, Philippe, but she loves you, not me. She chose to leave when I wished with all my heart for her to stay with me. I hoped she would choose to be with me, even if it meant risking your friendship. But she returned to you and Andre. Maybe she came back for Andre, but not for me. And it doesn't matter if she still has feelings for me. I will not share my wife with another man. Her loyalty is to me. We don't have a marriage anymore since you changed things. She still cares for you. And you know this how? Oh, that's right. She quietly stepped out of our home to have a private call with you. It's sad that people don't see how easy it is to record long-distance conversations. I know everything that was said during that call. It's surprising how someone can promise things they can't fulfill. Philippe, Andre is my son. I raised him. I won't let that unfaithful woman take him to the U.S. to be with you. You know she wouldn't do that. But you can't be serious about trying to take him away from her completely. She is his mother. If I decide to remove her from his life, I can do it. You can't do that to someone who cares for her child. And what makes a good mother, Bill? Leaving her son for 6 months a year to follow her dreams? Regardless, she and you will have no say in this. You have power, Philippe, but please don't do this. Who could stop me? A cruise ship worker? A small-town American prosecutor with big ideas from a news story? You are nothing to anyone in real power. Would I be nothing to the family of Gerard Bélanger? You can't be serious. You would... Everyone has secrets, Philippe. Gerard had his issues, but he was part of a wealthy family with connections to business and politics. He deserved to face his actions, but does anyone in the Bélanger family know you are the one behind his troubles? It would be just as easy to create problems for you. I know you don't mean that, Philippe. You're just angry. I understand how you feel. But I warn you, if you let anger take over, our children will suffer. That helps no one. All I ask is that you think carefully about your decisions and what is best for André. He loves both his mother and father. Even if you leave Aline, a fair solution can be found. There was a long silence, so long I thought he had hung up. Finally, he spoke. I didn't expect this from you, Bill. You've surprised me. I didn't expect it from myself either. After the call ended, I sat holding the phone. She was 3,000 miles away. Their lives were completely outside my control. I could threaten, but I didn't want to create more issues over a custody struggle. I knew Philippe might threaten me back, but if I stood in front of him with all his power, I'd be concerned. I had hurt him in a way that might make him lose control. But he wouldn't, and couldn't use his power against his wife's partner. He wasn't that type of person. The hardest part was, even if I could change things, I had no idea what I really wanted to happen. I leaned back in my ergonomic office chair that I had used for the last 5 years. One of the good things about my job was that I was able to get a chair that I could have easily lived in. It was that cozy and gentle on my body. I could hear people leaving and soft goodbyes outside. Soon, only a few co-workers and lawyers would be left, then the cleaning crew. This was my time. When work took over my life, this place had felt like another home to me. When my life felt empty, this had been a familiar place. My world was starting to grow again, but this was still very important to me. I could have called Myra, and I would, but for now, I wanted to enjoy the quiet. I needed some time alone. In my mind, I recalled his strong features, the dark stubble he always had after coming home from the mines. I remembered my mother, who seemed to accept it as part of him. I had seen them together a few times when they were unaware of me, him holding her close while she touched his beard. Back then, he felt like a giant to me. He was 6'2", built strong from years of hard work. I could picture him sitting in one of the chairs in front of my desk. I imagined him looking around my office, so different from the small mining town where he grew up. I often thought how much I wished I could share my life with him, to talk about my successes and struggles. I knew he would have understood and approved of how I lived. I had always wanted to make him proud, to be a good son. I had made mistakes and poor choices, but I would have been able to speak openly with him. Until now. I stared into the past and imagined how he would respond to me at this moment. He loved my mother, so he would have understood the hurt I felt when Debbie betrayed me. He would have known how lonely I felt, longing for a true connection after being left in pain. But I also knew he would be disappointed if he knew about Aline. I had tried to do the right thing throughout my life, no matter the challenge. I knew what was right when Aline came to see me that night. I recognized my conscience, but I chose to ignore it, taking advantage of a woman who was feeling vulnerable. I crossed a line in a marriage, a friend's marriage. It didn't matter what others might have done. I knew better. But I had made choices that likely harmed her marriage and maybe even affected her child. I looked at the image of him in my mind, and I could sense the change from shame to disappointment. I wasn't sure what was harder to handle. He was gone, and the room felt empty again. I could imagine how he would have reacted to someone being involved with another person's partner. It was the same way I would have felt once. The phone rang again. It was an inside line. Is this the hardest working person in the state attorney's office? I think you're mistaking me for the hardest worker in show business, James Brown. By the way, is this the most impressive personal assistant in the Southeast? You tell me, am I? Not really, but you're all right. I plan to change your mind about that tonight. I let the sound of her voice and the image of her face warm me, pushing away the memory of my father from my thoughts. You have no idea how much I need to see you, Myra. I'm just 1 floor away. Wouldn't it be better to wait until we're at your place or mine? No, maybe another time, but not now. Rough day. You have no idea. I'll be right down. Mr. Edwards is gone. Is your door still locking? I had it fixed. It locks now. She appeared at the doorway as I stood by the window, watching the darkness of a Jacksonville November evening settle in, as the sky turned a deep orange and shadows grew. She was there, and I held her close, trying to chase away the chill that had settled into my bones. I felt colder than I ever had, as cold as the morning I left Gainesville, escaping from Debbie and the realization that I might never have what I wanted most. She brought a warmth that I struggled to absorb. "You're shivering, Bill. What's the matter?" "I'm not who I thought I was. Who do you think you are?" "I thought I knew." She looked up at me. "Do you want to find out who you really are?" "I'm not sure I want to know anymore." She stepped back slightly, her look showing both determination and warmth. "You're someone I see a future with, whether it's here, there, or anywhere. You're Bill Maitland, the best prosecutor I know." I felt a bond between us, thinking of the absence of Father Egan Dunleavy and wishing for his advice. But I had to rely on Myra Martinez, whose sparkling green eyes and lively spirit drew me in. November 12th, 2005. Friday, 11 a.m. I pushed the wheelchair down the hallway. Mitch McConnell walked beside me, holding the IV and pushing the beeping monitor. Deputy Kirk Deal was with us too. He didn't seem happy about leaving the nurse he'd been getting to know while helping Wilbur Bell, but I wasn't giving him a choice. "You come with us or I'll tell Knight that you're not doing your job right and he'll pull you off. Then you'll have to deal with some tough situations without being here. Honestly, I think you'd have a hard time, but it's your call." "Did I ever tell you you're a tough one, Maitland?" I just smiled at him. "No, but I bet a lot of you think it." "Why do you need me for this? You're just taking him out for a bit. It's not like you need security. And did you see that nurse? It would take a lot to make me miss that chance." McConnell smiled and said, "Why don't you take it easy instead? I heard there's a new recruit who's supposed to be quite impressive." He thought for a moment, and then gave me a sideways look. "Impressive enough to get some attention, hard as that is to believe. Supposed to be a nice person, too." "And how would you know?" Deal asked. "I thought you were happily engaged." "Engaged to be engaged. Anyway, just curiosity. I hear there's a bet on who might ask her out first." "Come on," Wilbur said. "I'm starting to get anxious just listening to you young guys. If I get too excited, I might have a problem. I'm not sure my heart can take it." I gently tapped him on the shoulder. "Everything will calm down, Wilbur. Just focus on the sunshine and the St. John's River and think about pleasant things outside, even if the weather isn't perfect. Think peaceful thoughts." I knew I was taking a risk. I should keep Wilbur Bell safe and in the cleanest place possible. Macon and his team were fighting for every moment they could delay the case. When Wilbur passed away, which seemed likely soon, I'd face a tough case with even fewer chances for success. So why was I doing this? I honestly didn't know. Maybe some things were more important than making everything perfect. I never thought I could accept that Sutton would escape justice and benefit from what he did to his wife and unborn child. There was a part of me that felt deep frustration at the idea that he might win, that he would come out ahead. But was it fair to keep this old man from enjoying his last moments in the sun and fresh air just so I could try to put a wrongdoer behind bars? Maybe it was the conversation with Prentice that stirred old feelings. My father had passed away doing what he thought was right. I had spent my life trying to honor his memory. But doing the right thing wasn't always the same as doing what was legal. I had strayed from the law more than once and taken actions that were against the rules. However, those choices felt justified. If my father had come back and I needed to explain my actions, I could have done so. If I focused only on putting Sutton in prison, how far was I willing to go? Who would I sacrifice in this journey? What did it matter if an old man, who wanted to make sure a wrongdoer was held accountable, spent his final days feeling unfulfilled? Maybe it didn't matter much, but I didn't want to think that way. There had to be some things I wouldn't compromise on, no matter the outcome. I decided. If, by some bad luck, Wilbur didn't return to his room and were to pass away in the chilly November sun, I would go after Sutton with all my strength. And if he managed to evade me, I'd wait. Even with money, he would still be a person of questionable morals. You can't change who you are at heart. People like him would always trip up again. I'd have another chance to confront him. We arrived at the seawall. There was a metal railing, the St. John's River spread out before us, St. Vincent's parking garage behind us, and the hospital on the opposite side. A circular drive connected the roads leading to the hospital and back to the main street. I watched the shiny blue of the river's surface, enjoying the look on Wilbur's face. Deal and McConnell stood to one side. They had been talking about women nurses, officers, teachers, and just women in general when their focus switched to a yacht slowly floating down the river. The yacht was nice, but the young women on deck caught their attention more. They were close enough to see that they were basking in the sun. Even with the bright sunlight, the wind was a bit cool, and it was clear they felt the chill. Deal turned to me with a smile. "All right, Maitland, tell me what you think. They're breaking the city's rule on public decency, right?" "Looks like it," I said. He turned to McConnell and added, "We don't have much choice, do we? We'll have to stop them and remind them about the rules. Want to do it, or should I? I can just show my badge." Wilbur smiled at me, and I replied, "Boys will be boys." For some reason, my eyes were drawn to a car that, although unmarked, clearly looked like a police cruiser pulling into the area. The car stopped where patients are picked up and dropped off. Two men got out from both sides, looked around, and headed toward the main entrance of the hospital. It was cool in the November morning sun, but they wore long coats. One of the security guards walked over to them. Usually, police cars used the back entrance of the hospital. They exchanged a few words before walking away. I was close enough to see the guard's expression. These men seemed out of place. I glanced at the cruiser. It was a newer model Ford Police Interceptor, which had probably been silver at one point but was now just dusty. The car looked like it had traveled on a lot of rough roads. Its windows were so dark that I couldn't see inside. On the passenger door, there was a large, bright orange sticker with a green stem. Below it, faded words read, "Satsuma County Sheriff's Office." I recalled that there was a Satsuma County somewhere in the middle of the state, down south, I thought. I found it strange that it could be cold wherever that was. They were clearly far from home. I decided to stop staring at the car. It was not my concern. Deal and McConnell had caught the attention of some girls on a yacht deck, and the boat moved closer to the shore. There was no place to dock any boats this far south of the Riverwalk, which the city had built along the river on both sides. The yacht operator brought the boat within 10 yards of the bank. It didn't need much water depth, and the river was deep enough for a boat that size to get close without hitting the bottom. With a big grin, Deal kept showing his badge, and the girls smiled at him and McConnell, giggling softly. They looked to be in their early 20s. Wilbur looked up at me and laughed. I wanted one last chance to enjoy the fresh air, but I'm not sure I can handle this. Just take in the beautiful river, the sunshine, and the blue skies. Don't think too much about everything else. It's making me a bit tense. He smiled at me, but then his expression turned serious as he looked at the yacht. "You never know how long you have, Maitland. Just last night I felt young, like I had a chance with anyone. I considered myself a decent-looking guy, but this morning I felt old, not having been with anyone in 10 years. Time flies by. For all of us, Wilbur, maybe it's better we're not younger. It could be a bit much for us." A man wearing a captain's hat, white shorts, and a white t-shirt stepped onto the deck. The girls gathered around him, chatting excitedly in what sounded like Italian or Spanish. After a moment, he approached the edge of the yacht's deck and waved at us. "Gentlemen, I own this yacht. My friends say you're here to ask questions. I see you have badges. How can I help you?" "I'm Deputy Roger Deal with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, sir. Could you bring your yacht to the Riverwalk and dock it? I'll be there shortly. I need to talk to you about some local rules you may have broken and might come on board to check your yacht." The captain's face showed confusion. "What rules have we broken?" Deal glanced at me and smiled. I hoped he would know when to end the joke. The person who owned this yacht probably had enough power to make a scene if he felt the police were bothering him. "Jacksonville has strict public decency laws. I'm afraid your friends aren't following them by appearing as they are. Besides, they could distract those operating nearby boats. Any captain might lose focus on their course." One of the girls, who looked around 15 but seemed old enough in other ways, spoke to the owner in smooth Italian. He replied with a serious expression. She paused for a moment, then turned her attention to Deal. She walked over confidently, standing next to him. Even though she was noticeably shorter, she held herself with assurance. She looked at Deal and asked in a light English accent, Do you think we are a danger to other boats just by how we look? Deal met her gaze, serious in his reply. Yes, ma'am. I believe your presence might bring attention that isn't safe for navigation. Even if you were dressed appropriately, you could be seen as a distraction. They held each other's gaze for a brief moment until a smile began to appear on her face. If we follow the guidelines, could you let us dock at your riverwalk? You're aware that you're breaking the law, right? Even in the river, between the banks of your city? That only applies 3 miles off the coast of the United States, ma'am. She exchanged looks with the yacht owner before turning back to Deal. If I promise that we will adhere to the guidelines, we want to spend the night here. We were hoping to explore your city. Maybe when you're off duty, you could join us and show us some interesting places. Under his breath, McConnell said, You're in for a memorable evening. Can I trust that you won't leave? I won't be able to come by until after 8 tonight. She smiled again, and I noticed Wilbur was clearly intrigued by her charm. Life doesn't get lively until after 8. I'll be waiting for you there. I exchanged a look with Wilbur. Deal seemed to be in for an exciting evening. I felt a bit envious. He was a young and appealing man, enjoying the freedom of being single. I was more reflective. I had never been young in the same way he was. I hadn't experienced the life of a carefree young lawyer when I still had energy. My life had revolved around Debbie. Even now, I didn't regret my choices, but I couldn't help wondering what it might have been like if I hadn't taken a job that night. I would never regret being there for her, but a part of me missed the uncomplicated nature of being single. The yacht owner, who clearly had crew on board since the yacht was not just drifting, tipped his cap to Deal and smiled, saying, Ciao, before going below deck. The 4 young women blew kisses and then suddenly started doing jumping jacks. I tapped Wilbur on the shoulder. When he looked away from the scene, I said, Don't look. We need to stay focused for the trial. He shook his head. It's tempting, but I want to stay long enough to see that justice is done. We both took a few quick looks as the yacht moved farther into the river, heading toward Jacksonville Landing, which was about a mile away. Deal said, McConnell, what time do you get off? I might need help with all 4 of them. I don't know if I'll have enough energy. He glanced back at me. Maitland, you're a bit older and I know you're busy, but would you like to join us tonight? I hoped I would get a chance to see Myra again, but even if I weren't busy, I would have said no. I felt too old. They made me think of Kelly when she was young and full of life, which made me uncomfortable. No thanks, Deal, but I appreciate the offer. It's great of you to share like that. True, but I want to save something for my friend inside, he said, pointing over his shoulder toward the hospital. Just so you know, her boyfriend might not like this, I warned. Who wants to live forever? We were so caught up in the scene and joking around that we didn't notice 2 men quietly approach from behind us. I turned to see one of them in a long, old-fashioned coat and a black hat step between me and Wilbur, placing his hand on Wilbur's shoulder. Wilbur Bell, I have a warrant for your arrest related to Robert Hogshead, Lenny Fargo, Alma Fargo, and Clifford Sams during a serious crime. Then he turned to me and said, Step aside, we're taking him. Deal grabbed the man's hand and pushed it off Wilbur's shoulder. Not so fast, who are you? Deacon, Tommy Deacon, Deputy Sheriff with the Satsuma County Sheriff's Office. We're taking Mr. Bell back due to incidents with 3 residents of Satsuma. If you don't let go of my hand, I'll take it off myself. Deal was a bit shorter than Deacon, who looked to be around 6'2". Instead of stepping back, he moved his hand toward his waist. I noticed Deacon had a holster, even though he was in regular clothes, dark pants, and a shirt. Under his coat, he carried a large firearm. Careful, this isn't the countryside, Deacon warned. I moved in between them and Deal let go. I pointed to Deacon, but he put his hand back on Wilbur's shoulder. I could see the fear on Wilbur's face, and I didn't need to check the blood pressure monitor to know he was getting more anxious. All right, no need for theatrics. Deputy Deacon, I'm Assistant State Attorney William Maitland. Maybe things are done differently in Satsuma County, but we have rules here for making an arrest. You're not taking Mr. Bell with you. He's an important witness in an ongoing case, and he's in very poor health. Moving him could be dangerous. Deacon looked at me with a serious expression and said, It doesn't matter how things work here. If you have a problem, talk to Judge Love. He's the one who signed the order for this man's arrest. Our job is to take him back, and we're just following orders. Whether he gets back safely is not our responsibility. Can I see the warrant? I knew they weren't going to take him, but I wanted to understand the situation. Deacon reached into his coat and pulled out a folded piece of paper. He handed it to me, and I opened it to read. Judge Raynard Love had signed the warrant in Tangerine, Florida, allowing the arrest of Wilbur Bell for the deaths of Deputy Sheriff Robert Hogshead, Lenny Fargo, Alma Fargo, and Clifford Sams during a crime on Friday, September 18, 1998, near Orangedale, Florida. The warrant claimed that a man named Cootie Mills stated that on Monday, September 14, 1998, while buying some prescription medicine, he heard Sams and Wilbur Bell talking about a plan to harm Hogshead because of his links to the Fargos, who had reportedly threatened to tell on Sams for selling prescription drugs in Satsuma. Cootie had been caught on a drug-related charge in South Carolina the day before the shootings and spent the next 6 years in prison. When he returned to Satsuma in 2005, he found out about the murders, and police questioning of the Fargos' friends revealed a picture of one of Sams's friends that Cootie recognized as part of the plan, which led investigators to Bell. Based on that information, Judge Love ordered Bell's arrest for murder, conspiracy, and assault on a police officer. The warrant says this supposed planning and the murder happened nearly 7 years ago, I told Deacon, who looked more like a cowboy from a movie. You have a warrant based on what a drug dealer remembered from 7 years ago? And that's all? Looks like it. Judge Love and State Attorney Gregory think it's enough. I don't question these things. I just bring in the people named or find another solution. Now get ready with any medical supplies he might need. We hired a private ambulance. They're arriving right now. We'll get him set up and leave. You're wasting your time. It's not going to happen. Deacon shook his head. You don't want to do this. This is a legal warrant. A murder warrant is more important than witness protection. Take it easy on yourself and let these folks be. Step aside. I glanced back at Deacon's quiet partner. He was sitting there, glaring, with his hand resting close by. These men clearly thought they could act however they wanted. You can't take him! We won't let him go! A piece of paper doesn't give you the right to just take someone. If you truly are law enforcement, you know you must follow the rules. That means getting a court order, and that's not happening. We do things differently. We have a warrant. We're taking him with us. If you try to stop us, you're interfering with our duty. We have the right to do what we need. If we have to bring in extra help, your judges can talk to Judge Love and Sheriff Bloodworth later. But one way or another, he's coming with us. Wilbur looked at me, panic in his eyes. I felt frustrated. This wasn't good for him or our case. They seemed far too reckless. I moved to stand between Deacon and Wilbur Bell, placing my hand over his and gently pulling back on his little finger as I had learned before. It was a good way to distract someone. With shock on his face, Deacon let go of Wilbur but immediately tried to strike with his other hand. Luckily, I was trained to avoid such actions. I didn't want to get into a fight. That would only make things worse. Deacon reached for his weapon, but Deal stepped in and held him back while training his own gun on Deacon. I noticed another deputy in the background, ready to step in if things escalated. Deacon gritted his teeth and told Deal to let him go, then turned to me with a threatening look. "Nice words," Deal replied. "From where I stand, this could turn bad for you, so why don't you listen and put your guns down? We'll handle the arrest, and then you can deal with your sheriff." Deacon hesitantly lowered his weapon, and Deal let him. Deacon raised his hand in surrender, glancing at the ambulance. A third deputy appeared with a shotgun. Deacon glared at Deal and turned back to me. "I should teach you a lesson for this, but I see you do things differently here. Keep your weapons down and step back while we get the older man into the ambulance. If you play nice, you might just get out of this." "Don't lower your weapons," I warned Deal and McConnell, who nodded in agreement. To Deacon, I responded, "You won't leave here that easily. For one, you're not going anywhere, and if there's trouble, ensure it's handled quietly. This is going to take more time than you think." Soon, squad cars will be arriving from every direction. I glanced at the quiet deputy. "If they find out you hurt 2 of their own, I doubt you'll get a chance to give up. I believe you'll face serious trouble for resisting arrest. There are about 1,100 officers against the 3 of you." The third deputy from Satsuma had arrived and looked at Deacon, who was in charge. Deacon stared at me. "Are you going to hand him over to us? It would make things much easier." I caught Deal's eye. I really feel bad about interrupting your evening with that nice friend. You feel bad? This is your last chance to be smart, Deacon said. Give up the weapons and step away from him. Looking over his shoulder, I saw what I had hoped for. Officers regularly come and go at St. Vincent's, but usually they are not seen entering or leaving through the back. 3 uniformed deputies were quickly walking from the hospital's main entrance. Back at the entrance, I saw vehicles arriving from both the north and south on Riverside Avenue, the main road by the hospital. One car took the regular access road, while the other sped in against the traffic signs. Both suddenly stopped, and seconds later, 4 patrol officers, 3 men and 1 woman, got out of their cars, ready for the situation. I think the odds just changed, Deputy. Why don't you give up your weapon and tell your men to do the same? He looked at the approaching officers with disdain, and then, without warning, turned his firearm toward a visibly shaken Wilbur. You know this isn't over, right? You might have escaped this time, but you need to stay alert from now on. That won't work in Satsuma. We'll be back for you, whether it's deputies or others who might not play by the rules. But anyway, you won't get away with hurting a good officer and my friend. Robert Hogshead was a great deputy and deserved better than what happened to him. By this point, the Satsuma deputies were surrounded. At a nod from Deacon, one deputy dropped his shotgun, followed by his pistol. Deal nudged Deacon, who turned and carefully handed his firearm to Deal. The quiet deputy hesitated the longest, as if unsure. Finally, he lowered it to his side, and McConnell stepped forward to take it from him. Another vehicle arrived, and Beat Lieutenant Bart Jenner got out, walking over to us. He looked at the 3 Satsuma deputies, staring at their uniforms for a long moment before looking at me. Is someone filming a movie here, Maitland? What's going on? Not really sure, Bart. These gentlemen seem to be Satsuma County deputies, and they appear to have a warrant for Mr. When I told him they couldn't take him, things got tense. Jenner, a strong man with straight black hair that matched his Mexican mother's, looked around and asked, "Who's in charge here?" "That'd be me, and you are making a mistake," Deacon said. "A serious mistake. They tell me you came into the hospital, asked for a witness we had, and then confronted my men. And you think we made a mistake? Is that how you act in your area? They were trying to stop a lawful arrest. In my area, you don't ignore police officers doing their job. Your men were crossing a line. They're lucky we didn't take stronger steps." Looking at Deal and McConnell, Jenner replied, "I don't think it would have been that easy. Even if it was, did you really think we would just let you go? This is Jacksonville. We don't worry about how things are done somewhere else." Deacon's eyes moved between Jenner and me. Even with officers around, he seemed calm. "You'll care once the judge, Sheriff Bloodworth, and State Attorney Gregory get involved. Our legal system takes this seriously. Ignoring court orders matters, and they will make sure you face the results." He turned back to me. "I believe the judge will take action and ask the State Department of Law Enforcement to look into this. He might want you to explain what happened today in court." He gave me a confident smile. "I don't think you'll like what happens next. You may find that in my area, the rules are different." He was frustrating, but he seemed like a legitimate officer, so it made no sense to make things worse. "Why don't you and your team follow Lieutenant Jenner back to our courthouse? This will give us a chance to look over your papers and sort things out with your superiors. You might as well take a moment to relax after your long drive." With his hand on his sidearm, Jenner said firmly, "Yeah, gentlemen, let's head to the back of our cruisers. Just watch your step. We'll take good care of you." As his team began to gather the Satsuma crew and lead them toward the cruisers, Jenner turned back to Deal. "We wouldn't have arrived so quickly, and things might have turned complicated for you if it weren't for your friend in Belle's room. She called the office and said some strange people had come in and tried to grab Belle, then went after you. She shared that she had a really bad feeling about them." Jenner smiled. "She was really worried about you." A smiling Deal looked up at the hospital where she might have been watching from. Well, well, well. That was really thoughtful of her. McConnell looked upset and shared his feelings. "There isn't any fairness in this world. You're going to have fun while I'm stuck here. I'll say it again. Not only is there no fairness, but this shows there's no higher power." "Don't dislike me because I'm charming," Deal replied, leaning back against the railing and pretending to fix his hair. "I can't help how I affect people. I don't dislike you for being charming. I dislike you for being so full of yourself." Deal just smiled more. "Jealousy doesn't suit you." Jenner turned to leave, saying over his shoulder, "Maitland, could you please keep things quiet until after my shift tonight?" "No promises, but I will try," Deal said. I knelt beside Bell. He was quiet and seemed to be breathing harder. I had a portable blood pressure monitor his doctor insisted I take along. It showed 180 over 130. Not good for a man who could be in serious trouble. I called to Jenner. "Could you tell Dr. Olson we need him out here to check on Mr. Bell?" "Sure. Aren't you going back up?" "Not until we have to." I turned to Bell. "Are you all right, Wilbur? You've gotten very quiet. What just happened could scare anyone." "I've never been in trouble with the law, Mr. Maitland. Can they really do that? Take me back to their county for something I didn't do?" "They could, but they won't. I looked over that warrant and it doesn't hold up. It's based only on one person's memory of a conversation he heard between you and someone else. The best thing is, you're a key witness in the Sutton case, and we will make sure you stay here until the trial is over, which might take a year or more. And after that, I probably won't have to worry, right?" I placed my hand on his shoulder and looked him in the eye. "No, I expect you to stay. After you help us out a lot, we'll challenge that warrant and their case." He seemed to be breathing more quickly, so I told him, "Wilbur, just take slow breaths. They're gone now and won't come back. Just enjoy this nice day. It's as pleasant as it gets. The sun is shining, the sky is blue, and the river is calm. It's cool enough to be refreshing, but not too chilly. It's November, and up north they're already getting snow. These are the kinds of days people move here for." He took a breath and then sighed. "I know, but that really shook me. It would shake anyone. I'm starting to think that's why they came at it this way." "What do you mean? They could have just sent one deputy with a warrant and worked through our office or the sheriff. Even in Satsuma, they would understand that you wouldn't act this way unless there were big problems. You don't seem to belong in that situation. So why this attitude?" Just 5 minutes later, Olson and 2 nurses arrived quickly. Olson took me aside while the nurses helped Bell. "I didn't realize you were trying to upset your main witness." "I didn't know they would come in like that. They really startled Bell. I wanted to give him some time to settle down. Can you tell me if it's okay to let him stay a bit longer?" Olson joined the nurses to check on Bell while they talked. "He has definitely been shaken up, but his vital signs look decent. The portable EKG shows no immediate danger. Why don't you let us take him back to get him comfortable? Wilbur, what do you want to do?" He gazed up at the sky, watching the white clouds drift by. His face showed a wish to be free. "I want to stay out here a little longer." "You heard him. We'll keep a close watch, Doctor, and my 2 colleagues will make sure he doesn't get surprised again." For the next hour, I stood by the railing with him, flanked by Deal and McConnell, watching the river and the boats go by while clouds floated overhead. We talked about places we had visited. Wilbur had traveled a lot. Next to him, I felt like someone who had never left home. We discussed past relationships he had loved and lost, and I had 2 experiences, while he had 3 wives from divorce and loss, and I had only known 1 marriage. That hour felt endless, but eventually, it came to an end. My cell phone buzzed quietly, but I had put it on mute. When Deal and McConnell indicated they had calls from their offices, I motioned for them to step away. They spoke softly before finishing their calls. Finally, Wilbur looked at me. "I'm starting to feel a bit tired, Mr. Maitland. I think I should head back." "Okay. Deal, McConnell. You help Mr. Bell back. I'll follow in just a moment." As they began to take him away, I checked my phone messages. Sherry, the big man, Myra, Sheriff Knight, Bob Monroe from the jail. Channel 4 television, Channel 12, Channel 17, then Sheriff Knight again, and the big man. I called Edwards first. "We've got a very upset group of deputies in the waiting area downstairs. I'm also getting restless calls from Judge Love, Sheriff Bloodworth, and State Attorney Gregory. Tell me what happened." I explained the situation to him. "They overstepped, Dallas. If Bell had been in his hospital room with just Deal looking after him, I bet those officers would have acted aggressively. It could have become a serious issue. I don't care how inexperienced they are. Gregory should have taught them how to serve a warrant and find a suspect properly. Well, that's not the story they're telling, but I'm glad you were there and handled it as you did. If they had caught him, we might have lost him for good. Why haven't you been picking up your calls? Bell has been really good about this whole situation. The only thing he's asked for is to be outside in the fresh air once. He probably won't have another chance to do it. After the Satsuma boys interrupted his time outside, I thought he deserved a little fresh air. Are you ready to come back and face the music? I'm leaving right now. On my way back to the courthouse, I checked in with Knight and spoke well of Deal. He stayed firm and calm. It could have turned tense, but he helped keep things peaceful. He didn't back down at all. I'm happy to hear that. He's a good kid. Oh, and Maitland, be careful. Careful? I've been around for a long time. Edwards will tell you more. These guys are dangerous. Don't think they're just troublemakers. They're not. They are far from their usual places. That's what worries me. As I went up in the elevator, I stopped on the 4th floor and saw the 3 Satsuma deputies in a witness room. 2 were sitting and playing cards. Deacon was on the phone. They still had those long coats on. As I walked past them, Deacon stepped from the wall and blocked my way. You don't look so tough without your backup, little man. I looked up at him and smiled, saying, no one is that foolish, and slipped around him. I continued to the back elevator and went up to Edwards's office. Myra was wearing a light blue blouse that looked nice, and she smiled at me, lighting up the room. As I walked past her, I let my hand glide over the edge of her desk. She reached out to touch my hand. I had to stop and lean closer to her desk. Is there any chance we could grab dinner tonight? As long as you let me enjoy my time with you. I didn't have a reply to that. When I knocked, I heard, come in, and walked in to find Austin Edwards, Circuit Judge Herman Herring, and Bailiff Charlie Case inside. Edwards and Herring were sitting in comfortable chairs, and Case leaned against a wall. He was one of the few people I'd seen that made Edwards look small. Edwards was on the speakerphone, and I heard someone say, "It doesn't matter what you need Bell for, Mr. Edwards. That person took part in a plan to harm a deputy and 2 law-abiding citizens. That is more important than your need to have him testify in a case where you have no evidence and no chance of winning. Yes, once we got Bell's name, I did some digging and found out about your prosecution, if you can call it that. You're wasting state resources on a case that won't succeed while trying to protect someone involved in a case we can prove. Judge, with all due respect, we see things differently. My first assistant, Mr. Maitland, believes we can prove our case, and Bell is an important part of it. Once our trial is over, you're welcome to pursue him, and you may have better luck then. It appears you can afford to wait if you believe you have a strong case." Another voice joined the conversation. "Edwards, you know that's not possible. We can prove the case, but Bell won't be able to testify or help with the prosecution of any other people involved. He might not even be around long enough to see your trial through." "Mr. Gregory, that's just an assumption. Mr. Bell has health issues, but we cannot be sure a witness or defendant will always be available. There have been times when we waited to try defendants who faced other claims and didn't live to see their trial. It happens." Judge Love spoke again. "You might want to think this over, Mr. Edwards. I would rather not do this, but if we can't find a solution, I may have to issue a warrant for Mr. Maitland's arrest for interfering with a lawful action and likely other charges." For the first time, Judge Herring interjected, "I don't think that would be a smart choice, Reynard. We have several eyewitnesses who say your chief deputy Deacon confronted Maitland, threatened an unarmed individual, and that 2 of your deputies behaved aggressively with our staff. It has also been mentioned that your deputies were armed during a situation involving members of the local law enforcement and the state attorney's office. If you were to charge Maitland, we would file charges against your 3 deputies, and we could ensure they face serious consequences while we sort this out. We have strong evidence, and you do not. However," he continued, "there's no need for this to escalate. We are both part of the court system. The officers from both sides share the duty of keeping the public safe. There may be disagreements over Mr. Bell, but disagreements happen in this line of work. If you can promise, and I will trust your word, that you won't go after Maitland or try to take Bell, we will allow your deputies to leave. You can submit your request for Bell, and it will follow the proper legal steps. Herring, the problem with your approach is that you seem to think your position in a big courtroom gives you an advantage over us here. Judge Love, Herring's tone demanded quiet. I advise you to reconsider before this discussion turns unprofessional. I am trying to keep respect for you and your position. It seems today's events require serious thought from your team. If you want to take this matter further, we are ready for a long and complicated process with many reviews. You know me. I believe you feel you've reached your limit, and I won't hesitate to respond. He took a deep breath. The way forward is your choice, Reynard. We can choose to be respectful, or we can make this more complicated. A long silence passed as we shared glances, aware of Herring's strong presence. Many thought he had a special role in the military, and those who had faced him in court understood how serious he could be. Then a new voice came in, deep and steady, with a noticeable southern accent that made each word clear. He spoke slowly and carefully. I think we all need to take a moment, Your Honor. I understand that Judge Love did not mean to offend you or anyone in Jacksonville. When emotions run high, people can get heated. We feel this way because one of our own was harmed, along with 2 civilians. We have strong evidence that Mr. Bell was involved. I believe that's why Chief Deputy Deacon and our team acted a bit too strongly. We might operate a little differently here, with fewer rules. But they were trying to carry out a legal arrest warrant. I'm not going to debate who made mistakes. Let's just say it could have been handled better. I know Judge Love will agree to follow the legal steps and move on from this situation. If you let my men go, we will see it as a sign of goodwill, and we will part ways. And there won't be any more attempts to arrest Mr. Bell, Sheriff Bloodworth? Edwards asked. There was something in his expression when he spoke to the man with the deep voice. I had known Edwards for a long time, and I had never seen him look that way before. He is very unwell, and you will assure us you won't send civilian bounty hunters here to chase him? Can I count on your word? There was no delay in his response. He was clearly in charge of the situation. You have my word, Mr. Edwards. Give us a few minutes, and we'll respond soon. Are you really going to let them leave? Edwards leaned back in his chair and studied the ceiling. I'm seriously considering it. Why? You weren't there, Dallas. It was an illegal taking. They deliberately moved when they thought he'd be alone in his hospital room with only 1 or 2 guards. They arrived with 3 men and hired an ambulance to help with the exit. If I hadn't taken him out against the doctor's advice to let him see the sky one last time, they might have taken him. And, I said, walking back and forth, it would have been a huge mistake. By taking him, they would have put his life at risk. There's no way he would have survived even a few minutes with them. They wouldn't even need to touch him. Just scaring him would be enough. They have a legal warrant, Dallas said calmly. There was an expression on his face that I didn't understand. It might not seem strong to us, but they have a triple murder, a witness linking Bell to the shooter, approval from the state's attorney, and a judge signed off on it. On paper, everything looks official. To that, Dallas, I say we should investigate further. I don't know what's happening or why you and Judge Herring are being so careful, but this doesn't feel right. Nobody just comes in and does what these people attempted, no matter how small the county they're from. And that warrant? Dallas, did you take a good look at it? I only spent a couple of minutes on it, and I could tell it wouldn't hold up. A jailhouse informant with a long record claims to have heard a conversation over 7 years ago between the shooter and Bell. There's no other proof, so they issue a warrant for a man who they say was just passing through and stopped to visit his old friend, the shooter, and they claim he talked about a plan to hurt a deputy while the informant was nearby. Plus, it's worth noting that Bell has never had a parking ticket in his 78 years, let alone an arrest. Yet they want us to believe that suddenly this old man becomes a conspirator who provides the weapon to the shooter. I looked back at Herring, but he showed no emotion. Case kept his usual serious look. It's your decision, Dallas, but if I were in charge, I'd take action against them. If the sheriff or the judge wants to push back, let them try. We've dealt with outside authorities who had their own agendas before. We can handle them until they calm down. And those individuals should spend a few nights to think about what they've done. It's a small price for their actions. Dallas shared another look with Herring that I couldn't understand and then said, "Bill, I see you care about this a lot. But I think the smartest choice would be to let those deputies go home and let Judge Love and Gregory handle the situation. They will eventually get tired of it." He looked at me. "Look, Judge Herring and I have been doing this longer than you. Sometimes you end up in a conflict with another agency or county. Nothing ever comes of it. You just go around in circles and waste time that could be spent on real cases. No one got hurt. Bell seems to be fine. Let's just move on, okay?" I glanced from Dallas to Herring and sensed that more was happening than what was being said. What they spoke about made sense and echoed my own thoughts from earlier, but there was a feeling I didn't quite get. "All right, Dallas. You're right. No reason to make this worse. They came in here trying to scare a witness, but I'll take care of sending them off. I'll be the friendly officer, you know." "You don't have to do that, Bill. Things were pretty tense and—" "You think I'll lose my cool, Dallas?" "I'll admit I was a bit grumpy for a while, but I'm much calmer now." Herring flashed Edwards a small smile, and I was surprised to see Case, usually so serious, break into a slight grin. "Okay, just stay calm. We'll smooth things over with Bloodworth, and we can all enjoy a nice fall weekend." I walked back to the room where Deacon and the other two deputies were sitting. The two deputies were watching a silly show on the television in the corner while playing poker at a table. Their cash on display showed they were breaking some city rules and state laws without a care. Deacon leaned back on the couch, legs crossed, watching everyone move along the hallway. His squinty gaze reminded me of a classic cowboy. I'd seen that look often in the old Western movies I loved, especially with actors like Clint Eastwood. But I had a feeling Deacon took those roles a bit too seriously. "You guys can leave now," he said. "Our team worked things out with Sheriff Bloodworth and your judge. The sheriff is waiting for you to check in. We'll have 2 of our officers guide you to your cars and ensure you don't hit any traffic on the way out." They exchanged looks and turned to Deacon, who nodded. Then they all stood up. "You guys head downstairs," he ordered. "I'll be right behind you." They moved toward the 2 deputies waiting for them. A few secretaries and staff members were in the area on business, trying not to make it too obvious that they were watching the Satsuma deputies leave. "Could I talk to you for a moment, Maitland? There's something I'd like to clear up before I go." He gestured for me to follow him to a spot away from the hallway. "I want you to know there are no hard feelings," he said. As he turned, he threw a punch that, had it landed, would have hurt. But I was ready for him, and while it left a bruise on my arm, I quickly countered with a solid hit aimed at his midsection. I learned that a sudden hit like that can be quite powerful. He wasn't ready for it, bending over as I took my chance and moved behind him to take control. A moment later, 2 secretaries and a deputy walked into the waiting room to see Deacon on the floor, his expression one of surprise. "Mr. Maitland, what happened?" "You need to help Deputy Deacon up," I told our man. "He tripped and fell into the wall. It looks like he hurt himself a bit. He might need some help." Deacon reached up, touched his nose gently, and noticed blood on his hand. "I'm fine. Maitland is right. I was just clumsy. This place is dangerous. I should just leave before I get hurt more." He stood up by himself, took a handkerchief from his pocket, and cleaned up most of the blood. He waved off the deputy who came to help. "I'm okay. Maitland, could you walk me out? Is that all right?" He had his weapon back and his team was ready, but I was surprised he would do anything bold with witnesses around after everything that had happened. "Of course, Deputy Deacon. Just watch your step as we leave." He nodded, but the look in his eyes said more. "Oh, I'll be fine. I never make the same mistake twice." We walked to the parking lot behind the courthouse, which faced the St. Johns River. There were 3 Jacksonville deputies now. As we stepped onto the lot, I noticed a Channel 12 news truck waiting. A cameraman was filming, a reporter was preparing, and there was a third person I recognized. Tommy Hunter, who had been a fill-in news anchor and cameraman, was now moving up the ranks. I had heard he was likely to become the next news director. He was skilled and trustworthy. Tommy walked over to me with a cameraman behind him and said, "Mr. Maitland, can I get a word with your friends?" Deacon just shook his head. Tommy pressed on. Very few police officers turned down the chance to be on television. "Deputy, Deacon, right?" This will only take a minute. Your uniforms, they're quite noticeable. They're not uniforms. They're just what we wear. All right, deputy. Can I ask what brings you? Deacon glared at him, and out of habit, placed his right hand by his waist. I already said I don't want to talk to you, so please move along and leave me out of this. Tommy, tall and solid, stood his ground. Tommy, there's no story here, I said, trying to ease the tension. There was just a little misunderstanding about a warrant Deacon and his team were working on. It's over now. Really, there's no story. I can't say more, and Deacon won't. But you already have footage of them. You could run a piece about some unusual officers visiting from down south. Why don't you just let it go, and everyone will be happy? Tommy looked at Deacon for a moment and then stepped back. Okay, Mr. Maitland. Deputy, I'm sorry to bother you. Tommy and his friends moved away, and I stood next to Deacon by the cruiser. The nearest deputy was about 12 feet away. Deacon spoke quietly. Pretty good moves for someone like you. But if I had a little more time, it might have gone differently. Maybe, but they don't pay me to fight. Good thing. So why don't you tell me what you were really doing here? That warrant and your story seem a bit off. It's a good thing they don't rely on your acting skills. He opened the door and slid inside. The other two deputies were already seated. He looked up at me and smiled. Why don't you come down to Satsuma one day and we'll chat? I'd love to show you around our county. I smiled back, but it wasn't a real smile. Somehow I don't think I'd enjoy it very much. I'll take a rain check. I'll be looking forward to your visit soon. I watched them leave. The Friday rush was starting. It was the quiet moment before everyone hurried off. Some workers were walking quickly down the street that led from the parking lot to the courthouse annex. As Deacon drove away, he looked back and gave me a little wave. I waved back. We shared one last look before he turned the cruiser toward the exit, with two Jack's cruisers following closely. Tommy came back toward me. You know I can't stop thinking about this. There's so much more happening than what anyone is saying. You have a wild imagination, Tommy. There's nothing going on here. Keep moving. But I smiled as I added, you know it's not good to mislead the media, right? They're leaving now. No crimes were committed. There's no story here. You can call the Satsuma officials, but they might not say much. You can try, but I can't give you any solid information. Why were they here then? They were here to try to take a man we're keeping as a protected witness for an upcoming trial. They wanted to bring him back to Satsuma to answer for some serious matters down there. We disagreed. We believe we have first claim on our witness, and they can wait until we finish. They sent 3 deputies to take one man you already have. Doesn't that seem odd? A lot of things about Satsuma feel odd to me. Can you give me a statement? No. If Satsuma decides to talk, I'll let you speak to someone, maybe Dave Brandon. But honestly, we're a long way from our trial. Their issues just happened a few days ago. Everything is uncertain right now. We probably should just say no comment. He looked past me toward the courthouse. I guess I should just say congratulations and hope you enjoy your weekend. Congratulations? Is there anyone in Jacksonville who doesn't know about my personal life? He smiled. I don't think there's a guy around here who doesn't wish they were in your shoes. Except for me, but yeah, I get it. I'm single and divorced. I've started dating again, but it's not newsworthy enough for New York. Is she as charming as she seems? Can she really be that charming? I liked Tommy, and he knew how to keep a secret. Even more so, Tommy. Even more so. He walked away shaking his head, and I knew he was teasing. He had just married a lovely woman who worked at the Ritz-Carlton on Amelia Island. Roxanne Hunter had probably made quite an impression on many, just as Myra did. I thought he loved her like I once loved Debbie. He was one of the few who wouldn't envy my situation. As it got closer to 5 p.m., more people were leaving the courthouse. I thought about going back to the office, but something nudged me to cross the block and the street that separated the courthouse from the St. Johns River. I stood by the metal barrier that kept the sidewalk safe from the water. The St. Johns is like a natural way to relax in Jacksonville. Once, long ago, people called it the river that stinks. But over the years, different leaders worked to clean it up, and now it shined blue and silver in the sunlight. It moved swiftly and was quite wide. Sure, the Mississippi might be more impressive in some places, but for me, the St. Johns was everything a city needs in a river. I realized I was still getting over the shock of what had happened earlier. It wasn't an emotional shock, I wasn't scared, but it was surprising to see something unbelievable take place in broad daylight. Police officers shouldn't behave that way. There had been some issues in the past. I heard stories about the old police department before the city was combined into one. People believed some officers were involved in wrongdoing. There were also recent reports of officers working with shady characters from outside the city. Jacksonville faced those kinds of problems too. But this felt different. After the city was consolidated in '68, the old city police and the county sheriff's office merged to form the Duval County Sheriff's Office. Former FBI agent Dale Carson was brought in to make changes, and he truly did. You can never get rid of all the problems because police officers are human. Some can be influenced or tempted, and others might just be struggling in ways that wouldn't show up in any check. But in many places, Carson had done a great job of making a clean police force. However, Satsuma County was far away. I didn't know much about it. I only had a vague memory of hearing some bad things about it at some point. As time went on, I started to think more clearly. I didn't trust the warrant or the words from the judge, the state's attorney, or the sheriff. It felt like a trap. But knowing something and being able to prove it were two different things. I thought I knew Wilbur Bell well enough. He wasn't someone with a bad history or likely to cause trouble. I couldn't prove it, which meant there was no legal way to stop their warrant. But that didn't mean I would give up. There was no way Wilbur would be able to withstand what Satsuma had planned for him. Yet, if by some chance he did survive, I wouldn't let them take him. I didn't know how, but I would figure out a way to fight the warrant. If that meant taking time off to do some research, then so be it. I had mostly focused on keeping him safe, but if Satsuma kept their warrant active, it would mean I'd go into Sutton's trial with my key witness seen as a problem by another law enforcement agency. That wouldn't help me at all. I watched the ripples in the river, noticing fish coming close to the surface. As I saw one after another break through and jump, I realized they could be in danger at any moment. Life continued as long as you kept moving forward. It didn't matter that I faced another challenge in going after Sutton. It had always been a tough case. I would just keep pushing ahead. My phone vibrated. It was Dallas. "You didn't get into any trouble, did you? That incident in the witness waiting room was caught on camera." "No, I didn't forget about the cameras. But if you saw it, you noticed he swung at me. I ignored it because you told me to stay calm. You knew he would try to provoke you. That's not the way a level-headed chief assistant prosecutor should act. I'm surprised you would say that about me." "All right, enough about that. You had a bit of a reaction, but you didn't win any friends down there." "I don't need any friends there. Come back, we need to chat for a moment." Most of the upper floors were empty. The door to Dallas's office was closed. Myra leaned back against her desk, her things neatly arranged in front of her. Some people would have gladly given up a week's pay just to watch her breathe. "He's waiting for you inside, Mr. Maitland," she said, adjusting her outfit ever so slightly, hinting at something without being obvious. "I was thinking of you," she added, but her smile was absent. "How can you do that when you know I need to think?" "I'm struggling to focus right now," I replied, feeling her charm distract me. "I have a little bad news," she said. "Oh, have you decided to turn over a new leaf?" "Not that serious," she smiled slightly. "They used to say an unwelcome visitor had arrived." I took a moment to process that. "Well, we could go see a movie or find something good on TV." "Spending time together isn't possible right now. There are complications, but—" "Oh." I understood. If it was good enough for others, but isn't that unfair? I get it, but what's in it for you? She teased a playful response, making it hard for me not to react. "Oh, don't worry about me. I'll find ways to keep busy." I took her hand gently but pulled away, creating some space. "I've got a few things to finish and I need to talk to Dallas, but I'll try to be there by 6:30 or 7 p.m. We can catch a movie or have dinner if you want. Just bring yourself ready to enjoy the moment." Dallas sat back in his chair, gazing out at the river I had just seen. Dallas. Without turning to look at me, he said, "I know you're curious about what happened back in the office with Herring." "Not really. Maybe a bit. I know you were right about not getting in a rivalry with another agency, but that whole situation shocked me. The more I think about it, the more I believe it's all made up. Bell didn't do what they say he did. I spoke with him after, and he mentioned he knew the person involved. It had been years since they were in touch, and he just happened to see him in Satsuma after one of his outings. He said Sams was a good person, had no issues with the law until his family faced that tragedy. His daughter-in-law and her boyfriend did something terrible which caused a lot of pain for Sams. He was worried about his grandson and wanted to help, which might have pushed him too far. But he wasn't into anything illegal. He was not a dealer. So, first of all, I don't think the warrant is valid. Secondly, no agency would act like that just to catch someone. Anyone who looked would have known how sensitive Bell's health was. They would have realized that just showing up and grabbing him like that could put him in a tough spot. I settled into the chair facing Dallas, who turned to me. "This brings up an important question," he said. "If they knew the warrant was weak, and they suspected that grabbing him could end badly, why would they want to eliminate a witness to a crime that has nothing to do with Satsuma? What do you think?" he asked. "There's only one person who would gain from Bell's situation, and that's William Sutton. He has 5 million reasons to want Bell out of the way, and his mother has her own resources. She wants Sutton free more than he wants to be free. Unless Mama Sutton is connected to Bloodworth in some way, or Sutton is a half-brother, it must be about money. I believe Sutton or his mother approached someone in the Satsuma Sheriff's Office and offered a large sum to ensure Bell didn't survive to testify. If they can influence the sheriff, they might look for a legal way to threaten Bell. Somehow, they find out about Sams, who had a troubled past and was known to Bell. They convince someone with a shady background to create a reason to confront Bell. They would need the support of the judge and maybe the state's attorney, Austin said, sounding skeptical. Do you think the system is that corrupt? You tell me. Dallas leaned forward, hands clasped on the table. I believe that's exactly what happened. Yes, I think they are that untrustworthy. Then we should do something. We could call in the FDLE, file a formal complaint with the Judicial Commission about Love, and go to the state bar with Gregory. We might even ask the governor to investigate. I'm busy, but I'd make time to look into this or send some of our people. They're putting our case against Sutton in danger, and that's our concern. No. No what? No, you don't get involved in this case. Forget it. Don't send anyone close to Satsuma. Let it go. We stared at each other for a moment. Dallas, what am I missing? This isn't like you. Besides one exception, you haven't interfered in my work like this in a long time. Now you're making rules. Have you really lost faith in my skills? I thought we were past this. This has nothing to do with that case. Look, I'm not doubting your ability to handle things, but this case is different. How? He leaned back in his chair, glancing at me over his silver eyebrows that matched his silver hair. If he doesn't become governor next year, it would be a real shame. He seemed destined to be a governor or president. There are things you don't know, things you wouldn't know, but now you do. What do you know about Sheriff David Bloodworth? Not much. I've heard the name before. He hasn't been in the news lately, so I don't remember much about him. But something feels off. I think he may have done some questionable things, but if that were true, why would he still be in charge? He shook his head. It's more complicated. I know some of this from my own experience. Some comes from tips given by federal sources. Some is just talk. People have heard rumors, but finding proof is difficult. David Bloodworth is 58. He became undersheriff at 18 and became sheriff at 24 after his father passed. His father held the job for 38 years. His grandfather was sheriff for 44 years before him. The Bloodworth family has led Satsuma County for 106 years. There has never been anyone but a Bloodworth in that office, except for a year in the 1980s due to a special situation. 106 years? That's hard to believe. It is, but it's true. Now for some more facts. Florida has some large counties. Satsuma is the second smallest in the state. Even so, it is a fair size. Despite its small area, it has the highest percentage of land covered in water lakes, rivers, swamps of any county in Florida. It has one of the smallest populations, too, with only about 28,000 residents. The population remains very stable, with little movement in or out of the county. Most people have lived there for generations, and many are related. There are only 2 towns with significant populations, Tangerine, the county capital, and Orangedale. There are also 2 major industries, Surprisingly, there is a heavy metals mine and one of the largest guano mines in the country. Besides that, agriculture is key. It used to be a center for orange growing, and some oranges are still produced there. However, they have struggled with disease and weather issues over the years. That's interesting, Dallas, but how does this connect to why you are being so careful? Just listen, and it will make sense. So in this small, remote county that has been run by one family for a long time, the income comes from just a few sources, all controlled by the Bloodworths. The mine owners learned long ago that to keep things running smoothly, they needed the Bloodworths on their side. It has been well known since the late 1800s that Satsuma was the place to find entertainment that wouldn't be interrupted, or places where you could play games without worry. In those days, people came from places like Miami, Jacksonville, and even Atlanta. Over the past 50 years, illegal activities have become a big source of money. We know that marijuana is grown widely, and there are even stories that some South Americans use it to bring in various goods because their shipments never get stopped when they arrive. All right, it sounds like a rough place, Dallas, I get it, someone said. You don't really understand. Satsuma didn't have a large black population for a southern county, but there were some black residents. They faced the same unfair treatment as in many southern areas. When the Freedom Riders were active in the 1960s, they had trouble getting to Satsuma because, honestly, the local authorities didn't have many black residents willing to speak out or ask for help. Finally, an elderly woman called the authorities to report that her teenage grandson had gone missing after arguing with a local farmer about unpaid wages. After she made the report, a few agents visited her home when they hadn't heard from her for several days. They found her stunned and confused in her bed. Her grandson's things were found on the front porch, which raised concerns about how such an odd situation could happen and why his belongings were left there. When she was taken to a hospital in Atlanta and began to recover, she filed official complaints about mistreatment and violence against black residents, sharing her experiences of years of abuse and intimidation. Those who spoke up often seemed to disappear. The authorities wanted to act quickly. They set up a task force to help improve the situation in the county, but then, strangely, she disappeared from the safe place where they had put her. Later, she was found back at her home in a troubling state, leaving a note saying she had made everything up and felt guilty. The authorities were frustrated. They tried to get information from the sheriff's office and the remaining residents, but it was tough for them. Well, the authorities had their issues, but the NAACP was furious and tried to organize a protest march. It worked well in other places. But before they could get it going, 4 cars filled with men arrived from Chicago. 15 of them were part of the original Black Panthers. Most of them had experience dealing with tough situations and the police. 5 were white college students who had volunteered in some of the hardest areas in the South. They were not afraid. They met with NAACP representatives just outside the Satsuma County line, along with federal agents. The agents offered to help and even suggested bringing in the National Guard. The Panthers and the students decided not to participate, thinking it would make them look scared. The Panthers were ready and sure of themselves. Dallas turned to look out at the river. I wondered why the story was so disturbing. Civil rights marchers had faced difficult situations in other areas. They have photos of the men in the cars waving as they went into a new county. They used radios to stay in touch with federal agents and the NAACP every few hours. Everything seemed normal when they reached a campground about 10 miles from Tangerine that night. That was the last anyone saw or heard from those 20 men. I was stunned. There had to be more to it. And? Nothing. The next morning, when the federal agents didn't get any updates, they called some agents they had left behind and went to check the campsite. There were no cars, no men, no signs of any trouble. The agents started to look for them, even going to the old sheriff's home and questioning him and his deputies. They searched the area thoroughly. Nothing. By the end of the week, pressure from some politicians who had received a lot of support from the Bloodworths forced the federal agents to step back. Meanwhile, the NAACP announced they would hold a protest march in Satsuma to demand answers for the missing 20. They showed up early one Saturday morning, ready to march. Bloodworth, senior and junior, stood in the shade of some trees on the other side, looking pleased. And nobody crossed that line. Eventually, the NAACP marchers started to leave. The federal agents stayed while the Bloodworths offered them drinks to cool off. Finally, the agents left too. The missing 20 were never seen again. It was as if they had fallen into a deep hole. The NAACP never marched into Satsuma again, and no one talked about it after that. You can find it in history books if you look closely, but it isn't part of the official civil rights history of the 60s. It's not something they were proud of. To be honest, nothing like that happened anywhere else in this country. They were smart to be careful. I started to see why Dallas and Herring acted carefully around Bloodworth and his men. But that was a long time ago. Yeah, but the story doesn't stop there. A few years later, old Bloodworth died. People often whispered that the younger one played a role in his death. One interesting story said the old man had hurt his wife, his son's mother, right in front of him. It was said that the younger man was just waiting for the right moment to confront his father. But that's only a story. What we do know is that the authorities paid close attention to the Bloodworths after the missing 20 incident. In the late 1970s, they stepped up their work, using undercover agents and trying to turn members of the Bloodworth group. They were able to get 2 men to speak out, linking Bloodworth to several crimes. Before they could catch him, he vanished without a trace. I heard rumors and spoke to an FBI agent who said they had parts of a recording. In it, someone was supposedly holding a man over water while a gator had a hold on one of his legs, trying to pull him under. They got him back, but he lost a leg in the process. He was begging to be taken back to land. They kept him out over the water and he got hit again. By then he was almost quiet, but it was said he asked for help. Eventually they held him over the water again and it was said he lost an arm. My source thought he might have been unconscious by that point, but the gators were ready for what was left when he was let go. Dallas rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. Of course, the authorities could never find that recording, even though many claimed to have heard it. Over the years, it circulated among a lot of people. It definitely got the message across. People don't usually want to speak to the authorities. Even visitors to the county can lose their courage after hearing about it. Oh, and they got the second witness to a safe place. Sadly, he had a tragic end soon after getting away from his protectors. It was clear that Bloodworth made people think it was better to be silent than to testify against him. But the authorities had all the details recorded, the confessions, and they brought Bloodworth from Satsuma all the way to New York City for trial, where they faced many challenges. And they could never get anything better than a hung jury. Finally, a group of unexpected allies, including civil rights groups, Florida politicians, and Southern leaders, raised enough concerns about the ongoing trial of someone who was not guilty for federal failures that they decided to release him, and he went back to Satsuma. I thought about the story I had heard, the original Teflon Don. Then, in 1988, Governor Bob Graham decided that the Bloodworths had caused enough trouble for the state. He sent state investigators across the county and encouraged people to come forward with information about Bloodworth. Even though they didn't find enough to charge him, he managed to remove him from office. I was part of the team of attorneys looking for evidence. When Bloodworth was gone, Graham appointed an experienced officer to manage the office and a new team of deputies to take over Bloodworth's staff. I was one of the 2 lawyers picked to lead this project. Dallas tapped his phone and said, "Myra, please bring in 2 glasses and something to drink." He leaned back in his chair. A few minutes later, Myra came into the office with 2 glass bottles filled with a dark red drink. I guessed it was bourbon, since that was Dallas's favorite at events. She handed me 1 bottle and leaned over the desk to give Dallas his. As she left, he took a big sip. "Go ahead, Bill. It's Friday. The day is nearly over. This is a nice way to relax." I took a sip from my glass. There were times, Bill, when it felt almost like we were back in Vietnam. I served there from 1966 to 1968. I was young and hopeful, understanding that a career in politics could benefit from having served. What stands out to me is how hard it was sometimes to trust people who were different from us. At 22, just out of college, I was an American and believed everyone liked us, especially the friendly women in the bars. We enjoyed chatting and the atmosphere was warm because they seemed eager to connect. My best friend and I visited a bar shortly after we arrived in Saigon. There was a lovely woman there. I don't think she was very tall, but she had a strong presence and spoke quite good English. We learned she was the daughter of a South Vietnamese soldier who had passed away. She worked in bars to support her 3 younger siblings. She was in college, just a year away from graduating, when she had to leave to find a job. He took another sip, and I could see he was remembering that time. It seems innocent now, but we were both really fascinated by her. She was beautiful and smart, not what we expected. We talked with her all night, even though the bar owner suggested she help other customers. We had enough money to keep her with us for a bit longer. As the night went on, we talked about spending more time with her after the bar closed. We were surprised when she firmly said no and walked away, clearly upset. But we were young and eager, so we somehow convinced her to come back and keep talking. She explained that she didn't want anything that was purely about money. She might enjoy having a drink with one of us because she liked us, which was different from her usual experiences, but she made it clear that she wouldn't be involved with both of us. Only those who didn't value themselves would do that. My friend Roger, whom I had met when I first got to Vietnam, and I exchanged looks. I pulled out a silver $50 from my pocket and suggested we flip it to see who would have the chance to spend time with her. He called heads, and that's what came up. He walked out of the bar with her, laughing, and said, "Don't be too sad, Dallas. There will be other chances." He finished his drink, except there weren't any other chances. They found him the next morning in a cheap room, and it was clear he had been through a lot. The military police brought me in for questions and let me see him. He paused to steady himself. I looked for her. She said her name was Lily during my 2 years in Vietnam. I visited many towns and went to Saigon over and over. I never found her. The military police hinted that it wasn't just a robbery. It was a planned act with a message. Early on, there wasn't much violence, but that changed. I couldn't help but think that if things had gone differently, it could have been me. He looked at me, his expression serious. I couldn't find peace while I was there. I didn't feel safe until I landed in Los Angeles in '66. The memories stayed with me for a long time. I almost forgot until I worked in Satsuma. It wasn't Vietnam, but it brought back some of those uneasy feelings. You never knew who to trust, and I honestly felt there was no one we could trust. He buzzed Myra and asked her to bring in the bottle. After pouring another drink, he said, "They were too close, too poor, and too afraid of Bloodworth, and there were too many secrets. We tried. I tried. The investigators we hired tried, but it felt like trying to catch smoke. Witnesses would change their stories or just disappear. We tried to build a case against Bloodworth and his team, but nothing worked. Bloodworth hired some of the best lawyers and investigators in the country. We couldn't believe it. How could he pay for them? His family had been very careful with money for a long time and had saved a lot. Some lawyers were there because they owed long-standing favors to the Bloodworth family. They overwhelmed us with motions and appeals. It felt like we were under constant pressure. 3 of our investigators faced serious problems. One was in an accident that led to a tragedy, and others had issues with drugs. A secretary who had worked with me for 10 years ended up in a tough spot, resulting in personal loss. He shook his head, showing the weight of the situation. Everyone thought I thought that Bloodworth would be stopped, his organization broken apart, and Satsuma would go back to normal. We never thought he would escape. He was never even taken to court. By the end of that year, when the state held an election for his open seat, he won it with a huge majority, a remarkable percentage of the vote. There are places around the world that struggle to reach those goals. Dallas leaned back and put his hands on the desk in front of him. He keeps winning elections easily. No one even challenges him anymore. The federal investigation went on for a while, and in 1998 they tried to step in again, but after a long time they pulled back. Do you ever think about how he does it? I think I have an idea, Bill. No one thinks about this, but the Bloodworths have been in control of that area for 100 years. They have been involved in some shady dealings the whole time. They've taken every dollar they can from that place. And they are smart with money. I believe they have saved up in hidden accounts, buying properties that don't link back to them. I believe that today, Bloodworth has a huge amount of wealth. I think he has managed to influence agents, witnesses, judges, and even people in the Department of Justice. I will always wonder if he had a hand in getting rid of those others who were in his way. Besides the influence he has over the people there, I think that is why he always gets what he wants. He simply buys it. He has so much money and he lives in Satsuma and acts like sheriff? Oh, he could live in luxury if he wanted. But there is no other place where he can have such control as he does in Satsuma. So he can do whatever he wants and not face any consequences? In his area, pretty much. But he's not untouchable. He doesn't have kids. We don't know anyone being prepared to take his place, and I doubt anyone there is clever enough to do it. In a few years, he will be gone. I shook my head in disbelief. I can't buy that story, Dallas. Believe it. Many have tried to bring him down. No one has succeeded. I don't want you trying. I don't even want you to think about it. But he came after us, Dallas. It's one thing to let him run his area like a big spider. But he sent people here to mess with our work. Are you going to let him get away with that? You didn't let him get away with it, though. You did a good job of stopping him. For now. But as you said, he's not used to being stopped. What's to stop him from trying again? He's not foolish, Bill. Far from it. He did what he had to do when we went after him. We know he's mixed up in illegal activities. We think he's connected to people from South America, but they handle the transport. Mostly, he stays in Satsuma. He thought this would be easy for him since we wouldn't be watching. Now we are prepared. I don't like it. I get your point, but it bothers me to let him slip away without facing charges for this. It bothers me too, and I've seen way worse than you, but he's beyond our reach. Just accept that and focus on protecting Belle and handling Sutton. I stood up and started to walk toward the door. Bill. What? I want your promise that you won't go after him. At all. I know you're stubborn, but he's too dangerous. He's like a predator waiting for you. He's worse because he strikes when you least expect it. He'll bring you down. I looked at the man who ran my office. Someone I thought would never fear anyone. How can you bear knowing he's out there running things just a few hours from here? There are many places nearby filled with people who don't deserve to succeed. The world has many bad people we can't reach. You can't fix everything, Bill. Focus on dealing with those we can manage. I thought about it for a moment. He was right. That's why he was in charge. You're right, Dallas. I promise I won't go after him. As I walked away, I quietly said, unless he gives me a reason to.